So I'd like to call the meeting to order officially at 7:35. Thank everyone for attending. For the board, we have Janet, Alan, Ginny, Lynn, Greg, Sherry, Nancy, Dick, Milton, Andy. For our senior CA staff, we have Susan and Sherry. I will remind everyone that the meeting is being streamed to the internet and recorded. And so when you come up for a resident speak out, please come up and use the mic here at the table. Civility principles. Speak kindly, don't speak ill. Accept and give constructive criticism. Apologize earnestly. Respect others' opinions. Respect other people's times. Approval of, announcements of closed meetings. Okay, we have a couple. There was a closed meeting of the Architectural Resource Committee held Monday, February 12th. The ARC members were Sherry Faneroff, Deb Bach, Eva Marie Lambright, Tom Mungo. The vote to close was 4-0-0. The reason to close, it was closed under Section HOA 4, consultation with staff personnel, consultants, attorneys, and other persons in connection with pending or potential litigation. The purpose was to discuss new and ongoing covenant cases. The meeting was closed at 1:04 p.m. and opened at 1:55 p.m. There was a closed meeting of the Risk Management Committee on January 25th, 2018. The committee members present were Susan Krabby, Milton Matthews, and Dick Bolton. The vote to close was 3-0-0. It was closed under Section 4, consultation with staff personnel, consultants, attorneys, board members, or other persons in connection with pending or potential litigation or other legal matters. The purpose of the meeting was to review general liability matters and claims. The meeting was closed at 7:05 p.m. and opened at 7:28 p.m. And there was a meeting of the Board of Directors, closed meeting held February 8th, 2018. In attendance, we had Dick, Lynn, Alan, Milton, Nancy, Greg, Andy, Ginny, Chow, and Sherry. The vote to close was actually done at the January 25th meeting, and the vote to close was 7-0-0, and at that meeting it was Lynn, Janet, Alan, Ginny, Chow, Dick, and Andy. It was closed under Section 4, consultation with staff personnel, consultants, attorneys, board members, or other persons in connection with pending or potential litigation or other legal matters. The purpose was consulting with counsel regarding liquor licenses and other legal matters. Oh, welcome, Chow. Time to close was 10:30, and it was opened at 11:25. So that's all I have in terms of the closed meetings. Approval of the agenda. Okay,
I have an amendment. We have a number of people here interested in the Climate Change Sustainability Committee. I don't think they should have to sit through all our budget hearings, which are probably going to run quite late. I'd like to move that up to earlier in the agenda, if that's okay with everyone.
Second. So what I would like to suggest is what we do is we set aside 10 minutes at the beginning there to do the draft charter. We can get it in 10 minutes, that's fine. If not, then the rest of it goes to the end of the meeting. Is that okay?
Reasonable.
Yeah.
Any problem with the board?
No.
All right. So Dick made a motion and Alan seconded for the amendment. Any discussion? All those in favor? Was unanimous. Okay. Motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Ginny? Second?
Second.
Alan? Any discussion? All those in favor? The amended agenda. Thank you. Disclosure of conflicts of interest. None. Resident speak out. Valerie. Thank you. Okay, first up, we have Judy Neckridge. Welcome, Judy. Please just come to the table and.
Get the names right.
Okay, give it back to me.
Hi, my name's Judy Neckritz, and I'm from River Hill, and I'm here to advocate for the Columbia Arts Center. A person that takes classes in the ceramics department all the time. My children have taken classes in painting and in all the children's programs, and I'm here to advocate for, depending on what's going to happen, whether the Columbia Arts Center and Stony House is going to be sold, for there to be no lull between the services and the classes available, because it serves a wide range of ages, from children's programs all the way to retirees. And it would be a real void in the community if there were no facilities. You would lose a lot of people probably that have made it a home, and it's a creative place for people to express themselves. It's a community. Everyone supports each other, and they have shows and performances. They have outreach programs, and it's a wonderful place for everyone to gather and create. And it jumpstarts a lot of kids into the art field, which you don't get normally. You know, and where else do you go to a community that supports the arts? We moved up from Sarasota, Florida 20 years ago because I knew that Columbia Arts Center was in existence, probably the best facility that there is in this area. And if it is moved, we hope not only that it is a continuous thing, but that the facilities are as nice or better than they are, because the level and quality of the services available to us are can't be second to none.
Thank you, Judy. Any questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Also, brochures for anyone who wants to take any classes. I'll leave them up here.
Next up, we have Chrissy Simpson. Welcome, Chrissy.
Thank you. I began contacting the CA about the sale of these buildings back in November. And 3 weeks ago, I and about 40 others attended a village meeting to let them know that we love the center. It's a unique resource. There would be a problem if there was a lapse in operations, and how important and complicated it would be to have a similar center to replace this one. I'm here to tell you what this Columbia Arts Center means to me and many others. 44 others signed an online petition to keep the center open and not move it. And I'd like to read a couple of the comments, and I'll also leave those here with you. A comment from Vicki H. is, I've been taking pottery classes at CAC for 20 years. I'm so proud to be part of this amazing and talented community. Best teachers and fantastic friends. Please don't close. And then a comment from Name Not Displayed is, I've been taking classes, attending openings, workshops, and participating in the Empty Bowl since 2010. I wish I had discovered it earlier. I live in the Long Reach Village on CA assessed property since 1984, and the center and its staff are an amazing asset to the community. Closing or moving the Columbia Arts Center would greatly impact my life, particularly now that I'm newly retired. 12 people also signed this pen and ink petition that I'm also happy to give you a copy of. To us, the Columbia Arts Center is like this, in case anyone's wondering what this is, this well-loved old teddy bear. Okay? I just want you to kind of have a visual impact there. I have some pictures. This is a family who came to the Art Center. They made stuff. They look really happy. This is a incomes, experiences, educational backgrounds, and we're all so happy and come together, which is really part of what CA and Columbia is all about. I have a printout of an aerial view because I want to just draw your attention to what we're talking about here and what CA owns. When I see this, I see mature trees, I see a Japanese garden, I see an outbuilding, and lots of free close parking. So these are all things that are really important. So the message we are getting is that Teddy will be sold for a drainage area and 5 townhomes. And we'll get a new Teddy. We love old Teddy, and we're skeptical that new Teddy will not be comparable. How long will we have no Teddy at all? What if, despite CA's best efforts, Teddy is replaced by a pug beanie baby with the tags cut off? Right now, CA has a well-loved Teddy. Teddy may be worth a lot of money, but CA only gets to sell Teddy once. If CA sells, please replace with a comparable center and make the transition super green to compensate for losing the prime real estate, many mature trees, and the Japanese garden. Comparable and super green furthers CA's mission and vision, which are there on the wall. And I'm going to leave you with a chart that shows how that furthers your mission and vision. And I have to just say that losing that Japanese garden really breaks my heart. It's a beautiful spot, and it really shows that we appreciate other cultures here in Columbia, and it's a real asset. And I hope you go visit it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chrissy. Alan, you have a
Yeah,
question?
before you
Then
go,
Chow.
Yes,
first of all, props for visual aids. Teddy may get his own or her own 3 minutes, I don't know, to testify. I get skepticism, I get concern, I get wanting to ensure that services continue, I get wanting the new, if there is a new facility, that it be at least comparable, if not better than, and to do the services. Is there anything that you all are aware of, and this could be to you, any of you who are concerned with this, anything you're aware of in our current budget considerations or anything else that's, sort of more, right now it's sort of plans are possibly out there and who knows, and things are in the works and whatever. Is there anything that you're aware of that we might be voting on real soon that you want to point out, say, don't vote for that or do vote for that, or is this all just sort of wanting to help us in the future?
Yeah, so I have no information, really. I have, back in November, I heard a rumor at the Art Center that a resident of Long Reach went to one of the meetings and a developer said to her, "Oh, we're buying this up too." And she said, "What?" Because her son actually took art classes there, and now he's an art professor at a university, I think in Vermont, and she's an amazing artist. And so she started asking some follow-up questions and said, no, your plans show, the center and Stonehouse stays here, and you guys are all around it. And they said, oh, never mind, I probably already said too much. So that's when I emailed CA, and I said, what's going on? And the reply was, oh, you're confused. That's not happening. That's not under consideration. And I wrote back and I said, I'm not confused. The developer said this, that, and I got no reply. So then I resent that email a few days ago, and I did get a reply, but there really wasn't much information on it. So my goal really is to let you know that we love it, that it's unique, that we appreciate it. I mean, thank you. If it goes away, we had an amazing thing, and now it's gone. But, it really is wonderful. So I don't really have information.
Chow,
My apologies if anybody did use the word confused towards you. My preference would have been to say we believe you're mistaken or you've gotten misleading information, but
So thank you for coming to the board. I think probably I remember your email and the reply from the start. So what's the situation now? I got confused myself. I never see legally informed we're selling the art center, right? So what's the status of that? Can any stop?
If you recall, the board had enclosed session,
That
and
was-
they Yes.
Okay.
Closed session. And so right now, I was directed to explore several options, and that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
One, thank you. Thank you very much for coming, and I really enjoy your enthusiasm. And I'm wondering if Teddy has some concerns about the current facility, and there are things that you'd like to see as improvements. I know, like, when I go there for a literary group there and you hear a performer, it's crowded. I'd love to see a room where it would be more conducive to some lectures and things, and you kind of crunch there, and if you have more people, forget it, you know. So I'd like to see some improvements like that. Are there things that you would really want in that type of facility that aren't there now?
It's hard for me. I'm pushing 50. I went there for the first time in my 20s, so I just see it and it's perfect. There's the big, window outside. Now I do think maybe with some reconfiguration, if it were to stay there, right now it has the big elevator and the stairs. Maybe with some reconfiguration, that room, it's kind of like when you watch HGTV now. Let's make it open concept. Let's move these stairs. Let's move this, big elevator, because that could be really make the gallery space more like one room, and that could be bigger because there is. But it's just so wonderful to me.
Okay.
It's a second home.
Okay.
It keeps me as sane as I am, and I'm not the only one.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And to the gentleman next to you, I actually have the plans if you want to look at them. And I made them dummy proof because they're so tiny. I was putting my glasses on and taking them off to try to read it. So I actually highlighted where the center and the Japanese garden is at this time. This is existing, so that's what we're talking about. And then this is kind of the drainage area and the five townhouses.
I see.
So
Okay.
thank you very much.
Dick?
You and I spoke on the phone the other day, and
Let's go back to my microphone. I'm a ham apparently.
I want to thank you because you inspired me to go over and take a look at the facility.
I heard they were really happy you went. Yes.
Well, I was very impressed. And also, I want to thank you for telling me about the Japanese garden. Even in the dead of winter, you can see it's a beautiful space. And I'm sure that we will all try to do our best to see what we can do to keep this program going.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chrissy. Next up, we have, Ann Misita. Welcome, Ann.
My name is Ann Matta, and I live in Long Range, but I think the previous two speakers have more than adequately expressed my concerns, so I'm seeing.
Thank you. Next up, Elizabeth Hoffman. Welcome.
I live in River Hill. I don't have anything prepared. I echo the other speakers. My children took classes at the Art Center, and actually my daughter then pursued painting through high school. She's an adult now. It's not a thing, but she loved it. And my son is still pursuing glass art. I've taken pottery classes on and off for years, and I just agree with the others that I love that place, and I don't know what you've got planned, but it makes me really nervous, and I just wanted to stand up for it. There's such a community there, and it's a great part of Columbia.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any questions? Next up, we have Tim Latimer. Tim, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening to you and to all the other members of the board. I will be mercifully brief in line with the stricture about respecting other people's time. I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed charter for the Climate Change and Sustainability Advisory Committee. I want to thank the board and staff for taking on board the suggestions and the considerations that have been raised in recent months by the community. And I feel that the draft charter that staff has put together, I think, strikes a really good balance of different interests and sets a good foundation for work that can be done to really make Columbia the community of choice, not only for today, but for generations to come. And time is of the essence, and I'm really hopeful that the board will find its way to be able to act on it this evening. And this is how I choose to spend my birthday, with all my newfound friends here. But seriously, this I couldn't think of a better birthday gift really for not only myself but all those who celebrate their birthday today, including George Washington, for the board to act on this evening. So thank you very much.
Happy birthday, Tim, and my birthday's tomorrow, and I sure as heck hope we're not going to be here for my birthday.
Amen.
I appreciate your support of the proposal. From where you sit, if you had a magic wand and could make one change to it that would move it even closer to your ideal, what would that be, if anything?
That's a great question, and I know with all due respect, I mean, rather than open it up and quibble over minor details, I think it really strikes a good balance.
Great.
And I think it lays a good foundation for work that has to be done.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Next up, we have Joel Horwitz. Welcome, Joel.
Joel Hurwitz, Harper's Choice. First of all, I support the committee, like Tim said. When I came to you last summer trying to just get some attention to the Paris Agreement, I never occurred to me to have a committee, so I appreciate the fact that other people ran with that and that some of the board members who were cool to dealing with the We Are Still In the committee, I'm glad you all came along. I do see that James Howard announcing his candidacy for District 12 put climate change as the second one of his priorities, so it helped get it out as discussion in the community of the importance. So again, to highlight all the good things CA was already doing in that regard. Regarding HB 1568, Sherry tells me she's already sent the letter, so thank you for support for dealing with the Verizon bill that for people who don't know what we're talking about, to force Verizon to remove the boxes after they complete the transition to fiber from copper. I'd urge some of you to take it back to your village boards. Harper's Choice was going to discuss it next month. I thought having more letters might help push it along because the hearing is very late in the session, so I thought we could make it a community thing and overcome the objections of the companies in that regard. And dealing with your budget issues, I like that you've been advertising on television, but one of the things you say is fun things to do with your family, and I keep thinking of all in things that you don't have. And Alan talked about millennials, and you're getting a lot of competition from hyper kids indoor playground and ninja playground, climbing walls, trampoline centers. A lot of indoor music venues are coming to downtown Columbia, so you're getting and the new renovated Sears with bowling and laser tag and places to drink for the older people. So you have a lot of places of competition for the millennials, their families, to spend their time and money. So that goes to, again, of what I've said, what's going to be the use of Lake Kinnamikundi going forward? And I wouldn't put doing too much money into analyzing it at this time because it seems there's so much change and with the development, and what is the community actually going to have enough time to come out for or be interested in, or since they can't, maybe they like to drink at the Hamilton bar rather than and listen to music there rather than come out to the lake. So I would try to let things settle for a few years until you really figure out what's needed and how many people are going to show up.
Thanks, Joel. Thank you. Wait, Shari and then Dick.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Thank you for following this issue about Verizon and the boxes. I know somebody had brought this up in our village. Every so often somebody comes by and says, what is this thing? And it looks horrible, and can you do something about it? And of course the answer is always no, we can't. But
well, I know my covenant, they said that to complain, and then that you can contact the people at the county and they'll help basically call the companies.
So I guess my question is, do you have any idea, has your village or anybody done anything about counting, actually doing a survey and seeing what numbers we're talking about?
I have no idea. And
Okay.
I assume if maybe Verizon would give you their voluntary information. I don't know.
Well, that's also something we may be able to mobilize village residents to just let us know what they're saying.
Right, and there are a number of, if you drive down Elliott's Oak, there are Comcast boxes right on the curb that are open and knocked over.
Yeah.
This bill doesn't apply to them.
Right.
So anybody who has
Right, but
thinks
thank you,
about
Joe.
them.
I just want to thank you for taking initiative on this issue. It's something I don't think anybody else thought of until you.
The FCC didn't seem to think of it. I've contacted them. They didn't give it any thought.
But yeah, we really appreciate your jumping into that, and apparently it's taken on a lot of momentum, and I'm happy that we're supporting you on it.
Thanks, Joel. Next up, we have Nina Basu. Welcome, Nina.
Welcome. Good evening. Right now, at least, I'm here as the chair of the Long Reach Village Board, and I'll be brief because I know you have a long agenda to get through. However, this board should have received a letter from Long Reach Village as part of the major redevelopment of the Long Reach Village Center, which is currently owned by Howard County. As part of that process, our village board reviewed the petition that was submitted by Orchard Development, along with a number of the adjacent property owners, one of which was, of course, Columbia Association. While we understand we're just at the PDP stage, very, very early in the process, and certainly we're talking about mostly a concept plan, and there are no agreements between the parties as of yet. The village board supports generally Orchard's plan for redevelopment. Our suggestions, a copy of the community response statement was included and copied to the CA board as well. Our suggestions were to phase the development so that the commercial, senior housing, mixed use, and community pieces were built before any of the townhouse pieces were built, really to support the village center and that sort of community focus that the Village Center can provide. Specifically to this board, however, Long Reach wanted to make sure that this board knew as CA begins a conversation and a process to potentially move a sale of property forward for redevelopment, that the Village Center, while it supports the development, the phasing is important, but more than that, making sure that the village isn't directly harmed or reduced. We want to make sure that the art center stays in Long Reach Village Center, and it has a facility that is appropriate. We had a long discussion on kilns and whether they should be on the first or top floor. It's not something I'm an expert on, but I know there are experts in-house that can advise on that. And also from the perspective of the Long Reach Community Association, we have a very entrepreneurial philosophy in Long Reach. We literally rent a closet for supplies for a local janitorial company. So every square foot is monetized in Long Reach. So one of the concerns we have moving into this community building is that if that is a substantial decrease in square footage, especially because Long Reach considers things square footage that other villages may or may not, that would have a direct economic impact on Long Reach. So we would ask that CA consider those matters as it moves forward.
Thanks, Nina. Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you. That's all I have on the list. Anyone else? Well, thank you very much. Appreciate all of you coming out. Okay, next we go to Chairman's Report. So submitted in writing, I just wanted to add two things. We did actually have the first of the two CA Board Candidate Information Sessions on Tuesday, and we did have two people come out for that. And I did attend the State of the County talk given by Alan Pittleman, and it was quite good. Any questions?
Talk or the State of the County?
Both. Any questions? Okay. Move on to President's Report. Milton, anything you want to?
Hey, I know everyone has read it. Do you have any questions?
Hired a new planner. I'm very excited to meet her.
Yeah, she came to the last meeting, being introduced.
In case you missed it, the development tracker is back,
Cool.
available. So you can see what's going on.
I added 4 things to it. I'm anxious to look at it.
Greg?
Yeah, Milton, do you have a more exact date on grand opening for the Long Reach Tennis Center? You said first quarter 18. We're getting close to the end of that first quarter.
First quarter, by the end of March. First quarter, 2018.
It's the best we can do, huh?
Overpromise, well, whatever it is. First quarter 18, I promise you.
Planned or?
No.
Make sure it's time transfers.
And secondly, as part of the initiative to engage young adults in Columbia, I think the
First meeting is next Thursday.
first meeting of what?
Of the Millennial Work Group.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about that work group?
It's comprised of 13. Well, let me back up. We reached out to the community at large. We got over 50 applications. They were screened, and we have a committee of 13 with the understanding, and we responded to all 50 of those individuals who applied, that we will use those that were not selected for the work group in our focus group process. And so the first meeting is scheduled for next Tuesday evening, the 27th of February. The timeline going into the meeting, but as you remember, I want this group to work. I want them to drive their effort, but we'll like to have a report with recommendations to the board by the end of the calendar year.
Mm-hmm.
The work group, the age varies from 17 to 33.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks, Milton. I'll move on to the Ann Arbor Trust report. In writing, any questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, we're moving on to board action. Hearing no objection, we'll approve the minutes by the consent agenda. Okay, we're on to board votes. Remember, I promised 10 minutes. Draft Charter, Climate Change and Sustainability Advisory Committee. Nancy, if you're ready, or you want to talk about?
Yes.
Yes.
I have something to read from the Wild Lake Cares Committee Chair, Bess Kaplan. She says, it has come to my attention that the CA Board of Directors is considering the creation of a new resident advisory committee focused on climate change. While attention to climate resiliency is important and a desire within our community to provide expertise to CA staff and board members is growing, it is my recommendation that one environmental committee be created to address the comprehensive list of environmental concerns that CA and CA residents face, including but not limited to stormwater runoff, energy efficiency, erosion, open space, habitat protection, village tree canopy, waste reduction, and human health. It is my belief that one committee will enhance cohesiveness and communication across all shareholders. This approach eliminates the risk of conflicting ideas that may be put forth by separate environmental committees and ensures collaboration and synthesis between the various environmental issues one such committee might address. The University of Maryland Extension, Maryland.gov, and other relevant entities have published a list of climate change impacts for Maryland. Included among this list are increasingly severe storms. Will this impact fall under the purview of the existing Watershed Advisory Committee or the proposed Climate Change Committee? Number 2, health impacts such as mosquito presence, longer allergy seasons, increased risk of Lyme disease, issues exacerbated by habitat fragmentation and loss of species diversity. Habitat and biodiversity has not appeared in discussions of the Climate Committee tasks at this point in time. How will these health issues be addressed? And 3, rising temperatures. How will a climate committee combat rising temperatures? Our best defense against rising temperatures at the local level is to increase tree canopy. However, tree canopy is in direct conflict with solar panel installation, which will likely be pushed by a climate committee. I strongly believe that these impacts should and could be addressed by one advisory committee. Placing the impacts in silos ignores the interconnectedness of the human environment ecosystem. So I ask that while you are considering a change in advisory committees, to consider the creation of one comprehensive committee under which the most qualified of our community members can work together to ensure Columbia and its environs are sustained for future generations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Nancy. Any other discussion? Jenny?
Actually, I'm sorry, I should have raised this before. I have one clarifying question for staff. On page 1, where it says suggesting, who should be on the committee, Jeremy, comprised of 11 individuals appointed by the CA board and representing a mix of community stakeholders within the boundaries of the Columbia community. That will not limit this committee to people with expertise that happen to live in western Howard County or something, or Savage or Jessup, or
Well, I think the
that
intent
live
of,
in Howard County, period.
well, I think the intent of that language is, since this is a advisory committee associated with the Columbia Association,
Right.
that any participants in that committee are residents of our community and not from some outside group potentially. That any decisions that are made, and that's an existing requirement for all the other advisory committees as well.
That is a requirement for all
It
the
is.
you have.
No. It's
I'm
not
sorry.
a requirement
I
for
didn't
to
think
be a
so.
resident.
No.
Or work. You have to have some affiliation with our
Some
community.
affiliation with the
Correct.
Columbia community.
On all the other committees.
Well, it's some of them. Some of them I think are actually called residential advisory committees, but then we have committees where you either live or work on a CA assessment.
Okay. What I'd just like to suggest is if there's somebody that happens to live in Howard County with phenomenal expertise that applies, I think it's a shame if you turn them down just because they don't literally aren't a resident or work in Columbia. So I would like us to consider
Well, I know there are,
removing that.
having served on the Watershed Advisory Committee, I know there are regular instances where outside advisors or participants are invited to meetings. They may not be a voting member per se, but they do participate and can provide information. So I don't think it excludes anyone necessarily from participating, but I think they just would not be able to have any type of voting rights in an official capacity on the committee.
Okay, well, if nobody else feels strongly.
One of the things also, this is a starting point for the board, because Jeremy and Dennis and I can tell, serving on the Community Colleges Commission of the Future and the Sustainability, there's a wealth of talent in this area in Howard County.
Right.
And so this is just a starting point if the board wants to broaden it, but we brought it to you looking at CA proper.
No, you did an excellent job. Excellent job.
Alan.
Yeah, for me, I tend to agree with Ginny. Our other advisory committees have no. There are some that don't. No, some of our board committees, like the audit committee, has a requirement for certain expertise. Our other, to be on the aquatics advisory committee, you don't even have to know how to swim. You just have to be willing to and interested. This committee is different. This committee is requiring expertise, and it seems to me like we shoot ourselves in the foot to limit. In my work, we're always telling people to widen your net when you're hiring people, so you have more people to choose the best people from. Why not widen the net here? Because we want the best advice we can get, and not misadvice. And that advice is both. I get your point, Jeremy, that they can still, from outside the town limits, can still give us advice. But then that advice has to be voted on, and if it's not understood by the others, I just think we should get the best people we can get.
Let me just to make this go faster, I'd like to recommend an amendment that
let's
ends with a mix
first.
of.
We haven't even. Yeah.
We haven't.
I'll move to accept this proposal.
So Alan moved to accept the charter. Is
second.
Chow seconded?
I'd like to move Amendment 1 that just ends at stakeholders. On page 1, it goes representing a mix of community stakeholders, period, and deletes within the boundaries of the Columbia community.
Second.
Wait a second, Ginny. Okay. So, Ginny made a motion and Alan seconded to basically drop the requirement that the official members of the committee be part of the Columbia community. Milton, yes.
But I don't think that's what you wanted. You didn't want it, you say community stakeholders. You wanted to be beyond the community, right?
Well, I guess what is community? I took community as Howard County.
And here, we're referencing the Columbia community.
A mix of, okay, so we delete community, a mix of stakeholders.
We can
Or
say,
Howard
we
County.
can say,
We can be-
as we said up here earlier, you can say the Columbia community and its environs.
Okay, I accept that amendment to my amendment.
Okay, you have to do it.
Come
I
on.
can't do it.
I'll
All right.
accept it.
A mix of stakeholders
Represent a mix of stakeholders from,
From the
Columbia community and its environs.
Okay, somebody second?
I'll accept that.
Okay,
Friendly
thank you.
amendment.
Thank you.
Any discussion? I will say, Chow?
I have some question about the way we said it. If you want the committee members have some expertise in the area, how do we make sure that happens? Or
That's another, we have to vote on the amendment first.
okay.
Yeah, do you have anything on the amendment? My personal preference is to stay with just the Columbia community because that's, I mean, it's what we do for all of our advisory committees. Yeah, we could always, as I said, we can always act for other people's interest and input. But generally, we've tried to stay within the Columbia community. Jen?
I was just thinking about the audit committee example, and that's an example of we want the expertise, and so therefore we go beyond the Columbia boundaries. And while I agree in theory, with the whole keeping them to Columbia, I mean, maybe it would be, maybe we could put a limit on the number of non-Columbia residents or something like that, or, somehow manage it in that way. But I agree that we could be eliminating expertise by.
Okay, we basically got about a minute left.
Yeah, that's right.
Dick? And then
It seems to
Chow, and then
me, it
Nancy.
seems to me that community stakeholders is vague enough that it would include the environs or whatever we want it to be. So I could see just leaving at a mix of community stakeholders.
Chow?
I believe we should include people in Howard County, even for our village board. We will not people not live in our village to serve in our village board. So we just open the door for more people, for more talent.
Nancy?
I'm on the audit committee, and we have experts who do not have to live in Columbia, who do participate,
But they
and
work.
who vote on the committee.
But they work in Columbia.
Pardon?
They work in
They
Columbia.
right, so that they have that. I do believe that this is the Columbia Association, and I think that the people who do serve on our committees should be either living here or they should be working here. I think there should be a direct connection to Columbia, because I think Columbia does have a lot of talent to draw from.
Well, real quick, I know the aquatics that I'm the liaison to has people that don't live in Columbia or work in Columbia, so I don't know. But I guess we better move this along if we want to get a vote, so.
All right, any other discussion on the amendment? So the amendment is to basically add the phrase, and its environs. Stakeholders within boundaries of the Columbia community and its environs. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, so we have Janet, Alan, Chow, Ginny, Lynn, Greg, Sherry, Dick. Opposed? Nancy and Andy, and that's it. Okay, any other thing?
Well,
Greg?
are you about to take a vote on the charter itself as amended?
If there isn't anything else.
Okay, well, here's something else. This is a $64,000 question, right? And I've heard some of the same things that Nancy was talking about from the letter she read, that there's going to be quite a bit of redundancy and potential conflict between the watershed committee and a potential climate committee. And so, I mean, I'm willing to give it a shot, but it's something that does concern me. And from a staff perspective, what's staff's recommendation on this? One committee or two?
We're coming based on the direction from the board. This is going to be a separate committee from the watershed.
Well, I know what you proposed, but I mean, are you agnostic then?
No, you know I'm not going to do that. My recommendation is based on I don't have a problem with this committee that's being proposed.
Could I clarify
Wait.
that? Page 2, section 4, they're aware of the problem or potential problem, and it says coordination with the watershed committee will be expected. The chairperson of each committee, along with designated CA staff, will work to ensure topics and priorities are addressed in a collaborative manner on page 2.
I can tell you what you're going to have is you're going to have a lot of strong personalities and mission-oriented, goal-oriented, committed people on both committees. And you're going to have some territorialism going on, and people who want to actually achieve results.
Okay, I hate
Andy,
to
hold
do
on a
this,
minute.
but we're going to carry it on to the after the meeting.
We could probably wrap this
Yeah.
up.
Just come back to it.
Yeah, we'll come back to it. We will come
We have
back
more
to it.
stuff to say.
Because it sounds like, I mean, we're going to have more discussion.
Good.
So,
Come
so
back to it.
right, so we'll come back to it. As I said, I'd give us 10 minutes. I gave you 15. But we just can't quite get it done right now, so we will come back to it after the budget. All right. Move on to annual charge rates. Okay, Milton, anything you want to add?
Susan, is there anything you want to add?
All right. Motion to,
I want to make an amendment for that.
well, first let's get a motion to approve. It's a motion to approve the annual charge rate and cap for fiscal year 19. Is there a motion?
This is a continuation of the current.
Yeah. Dick moved. Is there a second? Chow seconded. Okay. Chow.
And I want to make an amendment to reduce the annual rate charge rate to be 65 cents, 0.65, and the cap of 3.5% proposed for FY 2019 and the conditional FY 2020 budget.
Okay, just a second. Right.
Could someone, is the original thing where that just got entered in, is that in the big book here somewhere, or is it in a separate?
So that it's yes, it's in the book, and that's what the budget's based on is the 68 cents.
Reading what it is we're amending, potentially. In the packet as well? Okay. Okay, it's in the packet, I'll find it there, thank you.
Also up front, it's on page 5 in the highlights as well.
What's the motion again? How much you want to?
65.
So it's a 3 cent reduction?
Yeah, 3 cents reduction. I want to present my rationale for the way I want it to be reduced. I want to make sure you write down the.
So you can look at page 5. There's a summary for that. That's it's the second bullet point on page 5. If that makes it easier.
Thank you. Would you repeat your numbers, please?
And the annual rate charge will be 0.65 instead of 0.68, and the cap should be still 3.5%.
The what?
3.5.
The cap will be the same, 3.5.
Cap is the same,
yeah.
okay.
Changes to 0.65.
The annual charge rate, yeah. So should,
Okay, so Chow is making an amendment to reduce the annual charge for fiscal year 19 and 20 to 65 cents versus 86 cents. 68 cents, 65 cents versus 68 cents. So is there a second to his motion?
Well, since I understand this is what we need to do.
You want to discuss it? Right.
And to get discussion, I will second it.
Okay.
I want to learn more, but I'll second it, so we have the discussion.
No. And Alan seconded. All right, discussion. Greg?
Yeah, when this came up earlier, I said that my recollection was that every 1 cent reduction in the annual charge is about $500,000. I went back through the materials from staff. It's actually about $568,000, according to a memo from Susan. And is that just asked Susan? Is that
It
still?
grows every year as the assessable base grows. For the 19 projection, it would be $595,000 per cent.
595, so essentially $600,000 of lost annual income for every 1 penny reduction.
Correct.
Milton? And then Joe.
The point I wanted to make also is that this board has been going through a budget development and review process since July 5th of 2017. We're 7 months later. Child, you had many opportunities, and even the first thing that was sent out from regarding the budget process was a letter to the board members and the community stakeholders asking, what are your budget requests? You had ample opportunity. The board approved the budget parameters. We built both the conditional budget and the contingent budget around that. And now this evening, you're sitting here asking to reduce the annual charge by 3% with not any opportunity for us to determine the financial impact.
Sure. So, Andy, so it's
Yes,
my turn.
Joe.
So the reason I propose that because I saw Greg's email and he talked about the issues there. I have been thinking about that for a while, but I never thought I should make an amendment like that. Then I thought maybe it's the time we should talk about that. And I went back to the article talk about our annual charge rate, and I think there are several articles in Baltimore Sun that talk about that. That's around $500,000 if there's 1 cent drop. And I think there's another way we think about it. Last year or 2 years ago, we raised the gap, right, 3.5%. Used to be, I think, 3%, right? We raised that side. And another point is I think our property tax is increasing every year. It's not just say, okay, we're definitely losing money. Because the other side, the property tax is increasing over years, and I think overall probably we're not losing so much as we expected. And definitely, probably it's not a good time to talk about that, but it's a little late.
Well, the other point, just last budget cycle, last year, the board increased the cap from 2.5 to 3.5 because the board acknowledged the tremendous amount of capital projects we have. This 19 and 20, we have the two largest we have $20 million proposed for both of those years for capital, and we still have items we left on the table. Going this current fiscal year, we have, if you look at the budget, it's $18 million in capital. Over the next 5 years or plus, we're going to be averaging $10 million or more in capital, and it's still not addressing all of them. So we're trying to work within the means we have and be reasonable about it. But this community, with all the facilities we have and all the things we want to do, the revenues are needed.
Andy, I want to point out, Nancy had her hand up and you didn't call.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
Well, it's okay. I wanted to say essentially the same thing, that all the figures that are in this book were put together based on the information that we had agreed on last year. And so the date or the evening that we're actually planning to take a vote on various items within the budget, a monkey wrench has been thrown into the mix. And I think it's really very unfair to staff and to the board who had agreed previously on the figures. So that's my
Any
2
other,
cents worth.
Alan and then Greg.
I guess for me, I don't know where I stand on it yet. I know that we've received an email from Greg about reducing our income other ways. This would be a way to reduce our income as well. So I guess for me, it's about why. It's what's the impact? What are we hoping to accomplish by doing this? My understanding that Greg's ideas, and I'm not saying whether I agree or disagree with any one or all of them, but felt to me more targeted to specific audiences, to to make certain things happen. So I guess, Chow, whether or not it's fair or not fair to do it now, you're well within your right to do it now, propose it now, and it's well within our purview to discuss it. This is the night we're voting on it. I would like to hear from you, what's your purpose for this? What are you hoping to accomplish for the community, for CA, or whatever?
I think for the community, I can see the problems. I hear a lot of complaints especially from River Hill or from even other communities. They said they are paying too much to CA. So I heard a lot about that. Yeah. And then they didn't think the service is qualified for they paid to CA. We take their annual charge rate, and then they need to pay the membership as well. And the membership we just adjusted, and a lot of members called me. Even last time I got an email, a long conversation with them. They said it's just too expensive. I know when we designed the change of the membership, and we didn't feel there's a huge jump of the membership price, but many residents feel there's a dramatic increase of their membership price.
Great.
So that's one side. We increase our membership rate, and we increase the cap from 2.5 to 3.5. And in reality, our property tax is increasing every year, almost every year. And from myself, I paid more than 50% increase of annual charge over the 7 years I'm staying in Columbia. I think 50% is a lot. And that's the reason I want to say I want to lower that. So that's my rationale.
Okay, Greg's next, and then Dick. And then
some. Well, first of all, my ideas are not simply just to reduce income. My ideas are to reduce rates and fees so that we actually expand our base and hopefully gain more income. To be clear on that. And what Chow's proposing is a straight reduction of income.
I get that.
With no, it's not like we're going to get more people wanting to live in Columbia and pay our charge. We have a certain finite stock of housing, so it's very different. But to this thing, and I get what Milton is saying when he's sort of scolding Chow. However, before we get too high on our horses, there have been a number of times since I've been on this board where out of the blue, staff has come to us saying, oh no, we have a major problem, board, that we need you to solve. We need you to come up with we need you to authorize a couple, it could be hundreds of thousands, it could be $1 million, for the Haven, for lake dredging, things like that, because, everyone acting in good faith, they had to come in and all of a sudden come up with some major money in a sudden sort of way. And we accommodated that. The sky didn't fall. The organization didn't fail. We kept going. We could accommodate this. We could. It's just there's this myth out there that you can't do this. We haven't adjusted our annual charge. We haven't adjusted it since 2004. Okay? At that time, we dropped it from 73 cents to 68 cents, 5 cents. We were spending a lot of stuff then, a lot of money there too. And this idea we have a lot to do, we always have a lot to do. So that can't always take priority. I'm not saying what Chow's done is the right thing at the right time, but it's not an answer just to say we always have a lot to spend on, keep giving us money. That sounds rather, rather Washingtonian. If I
There's an insult for you.
Yes. So. Anyway, I'm just saying that I don't mind getting these types of requests. I've been around since my first rodeo. I'm not shocked or offended by it. And if the board feels like it wants to do the reduction, it could do it now. Staff could respond to it. We might have to jump through some hoops, figure out how much we have to borrow now. Hey, maybe we can't do all the ponds. Maybe we can't do certain things. But we could accommodate this. The world will not fail. This organization will not fail if we do a 3-cent reduction.
Dick.
Well, when I was first campaigning, I would go around and talk to my neighbors, and the one thing that they all told me is they wanted to make sure that the rates didn't go up. And so I promised that I wouldn't raise the rates, or wouldn't vote to raise the rates, and I'm here today. So I sympathize, with this notion. But one of the things when I ask people, okay, what would if we cut our budget, what should we cut out? The swimming pools or the tennis courts, or what would we get rid of? and nobody was willing to give up anything. And you're right, it's like Washington. Everybody wants all the benefits, and nobody wants to pay the taxes. I think Greg made some very interesting suggestions regarding the fees. I think there's a big question there. If we lower the fees, we get greater participation. And I think that's a conversation we should have. Now, one of the things we're going to be discussing soon is what the big agenda items should be for the coming year. And I would think this would definitely be one of those items that we should be discussing. I think it would be fair to our staff if we let them know, what our objectives are. Is it to increase membership, or is it to make sure everything pays for itself? These are some big.
You want to just focus
Yeah.
on
So
the
these are
annual
some
charge first, because we're going to get to the rates
So anyway,
next.
we have some big questions here. I'd like to make sure they're on the agenda for next year.
Okay, Janet.
Andy.
So-
Yeah, I was just trying to.
I have you. Janet, Milton, Sherry, Nancy, Allen.
Sorry, I was just trying to understand what the impact of the average homeowner would be. And I think, I just want to verify with Susan before. It doesn't seem like it would be a huge impact to the homeowner, so I'm just questioning if it's really going to give them the relief that they're looking for. I mean, by my calculation, $180 on a $600,000 home.
Well, I'll do it and then,
So, I mean, I'm just thinking, someone who lives in a $500,000 home is going to see a reduction in $150. It just doesn't seem like very much to me.
So then how
Okay,
about
wait, Challen, let Janet.
So, Susan will
Milton.
confirm my math,
Okay.
but.
As soon as Susan gets it.
Sorry.
Milton.
Well, the first thing, we're talking about the annual charge. The board approved the FY18 budget, $78.3 million. 32% of that is the residential annual charge. The remaining roughly 53 million, or 68%, comes from other sources. So basically, this organization does not run on the annual charge. And so if we want to continue to doing what we're doing as an organization, the board, I've been here almost 4 years, and I'm inclined to take away anything or do anything less. We need the revenue, and the annual charge is only 32% of the budget, the residential component of it.
Sorry.
Okay, so I just
Okay,
wanted to
sorry.
clear, it's
Yeah.
actually only $75. So
$75.
$75
Makes no
on a
impact.
$500,000 house, it's $75 reduction.
Okay. So I guess my sense here is, and I think some of the things that you mentioned, Greg, as far as the membership fees and rates, they do make a lot of sense for ongoing discussion, and I agree with Dick about that. I think we should be looking at that in terms of special populations, in terms of special needs. We can certainly be tweaking that, and boards in the past have, in order to bring in full inclusion into our programs. But that being said, it's very hard for us to do something like that tonight. I think no, I'm talking about the annual charge here. And the things that you're talking about, like the senior discount and things of that kind, we need to get some evidence about how these things have been operating over the last couple of years. So I would like to see, 3 years of figures to know of what the participation is. I'm very reluctant also to knock out $1.5 million, right off the top when we have so much retrofitting, so many watershed projects, so many commitments that we have made in line with our values. I think holding the line makes a lot of sense at this point, and seeing where we may be able to make adjustments in the membership, that really has to do with what the residents are doing and how they're participating.
Let's focus on annual charge first. Nancy, and then Alan.
Yeah, the annual charge does have a very small impact, 1 or 2 or 3 cents, has a very small impact on the average homeowner. It also has not a huge impact on our budget, but sufficient impact so that it will make a difference into how much money we're going to have to borrow. I would like to see that perhaps, well, I guess there will be a vote on this motion. I'm very much against it.
Okay, Alan?
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to weigh the impact, the positives or the relief value to the community versus the impact on us and our operations. And while I'm in favor of, I think Dick has the right, I think this is a larger question. I think that needs more, just this, I can't figure a rationale for why 3 cents is the right amount right now. Whether that's too much, too little, or we should raise it a little. I don't yet in my head have a rationale for what makes sense. And I worry that we will be causing more disruption to the organization than we will benefit to the residents if we're only getting $75, $100 on a property. I'm not sure this will satisfy the itch that you're wanting to scratch, Chow, and that I can agree ought to be scratched. I'm just not sure it would do it. I have to say, though, Milton, I'm confused by what you just said.
It's in our annual report, Alan.
Well, no. What you said was not in the annual report. I mean, I get the numbers. But what I thought I heard you say was this organization is not dependent on the annual charge, so don't touch the annual charge.
No.
So that was confusing to me.
No, I was saying that the annual charge, the board approved for FY18 a $78 million budget. The residential annual charge component of it is only 32%.
I get the numbers, but I thought I heard you say, and so therefore the organization isn't dependent on the annual charge income. It doesn't run on the annual charge income. Okay, I must have misheard.
There's a point, if I may, that clarified. And Susan, help me here. I've heard a couple board members make a statement that we would borrow to offset reductions in revenues. We don't borrow to offset the reductions in revenues. If our, for example, in 2018, if our estimated operating revenues are trending downward, we reduce our expenses. We don't borrow. That's how we do it. So if they're trending down, think about last year. How many times we said to you that we identified by monitoring our finances that our revenues, especially in sport and fitness, were trending downward. We didn't borrow. We cut our expenses related to sport and fitness in other areas. And that's how we only borrow what we borrow for capital, and we borrow we use our credit line for cash flow. But if our revenues are down, we don't borrow for it. We cut our expenses.
That's a choice, right? That's just a choice. I mean, that may be, as the chief executive responsible for making that choice, that's your choice. But you have a menu of options to deal with a reduction in revenue. Sure, you can cut pencils and paper clips. You can cut staff. You can cut salaries, or you can go to a bank or short term. You can go long term. I mean, Susan, that's not. You can't shake your head.
It would. That would be a serious problem for CA to borrow for a revenue shortfall. It would not help us at all in the credit market.
So let me also add this because
you have to look at the cash flow, and there is an impact.
I mean, we'd have to go way back, but back in the 80s, okay, CA had a debt, and the problem was because we were borrowing to cover operating, and the board said we're never doing it again. And so it isn't just Milton. The board said we are not. Now the board can change its mind.
You're misleading us.
But the board can change its mind. But they went through a lot of hardship to pay off that $80 million debt to get it down, and said we're only borrowing basically for capital budgets. We're not going to borrow for operating expenses.
With all due respect, you're still describing a choice. That whether the board made it or the management made it, it's still a choice.
Right.
That we could make a different choice if we chose to.
So let me ask, Lynn and Ginny have not yet had a chance if they want to add into anything. Lynn?
Yeah, again, this is a global discussion. This is a discussion it's worth having, but not tonight. It's inappropriate tonight. We gave staff these parameters. They worked on them. we have made our decisions based on the analysis, and now we need new analysis. It's not here. Again, I think we need to respect the process, the staff time, and our time. And as Dick said, worthy of discussion in its proper time next year.
So, Ginny, you have not had a chance to. All right, look, everybody's had a chance 2 or 3
Can
times.
I make a final one?
One last thing, and
Sure.
then we're going to take the vote.
Sure. So I think the point, I definitely realize the difficulty to adjust the annual rate, but I want to raise this issue to all the board members. If I'm staying on the CA board, definitely I want to lower the annual charge rate.
Yes.
That will be my future goal. And the reason I'm talking about that, I think, for example, people say, okay, $70 is not big money. It's a big money. Then how about increase the rate, right? How about charge extra $70 from the resident? I think everybody will be angry, right? Why then lowering that it will be disaster? I don't believe that. In the past, we lowered the annual charge rate before. Why we're not able to doing that, right? And then because I see if we lower the rate, we can increase the membership, and we almost everything is increasing. The cap is increasing, the property value for the home is increasing, so definitely we get more revenue. And then what Milton said, I really don't agree with that. He said because the annual charge revenue is not a big portion of our total revenue, then what's the point? Does that mean we don't care about that revenue? It's still a big portion of that, right? And then if we said it's not a big portion, then lower a little bit probably doesn't
John, that's not
affect
what I
the
said.
total,
That's not what I
the
said.
bottom line, right? So
Okay.
that's what I understand, right? And I think I definitely want to keep the conversation going on in the future. Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's take the vote on the motion, which is to reduce the annual charge to 65 cents for fiscal year 19 and 20. All those in favor? All those opposed? So Chow's in favor. Opposed, Janet Allen, Ginny, Lynn, Greg, Sherry, Nancy, Dick, Andy. I think that's it. Okay. All right, so any other proposals for the annual charge? If not, I'll take the vote on the annual
I
charge.
just want to say, I want to thank you, Chow, for raising this. You've pointed out what for me is a hole in our overall budget process, which is we don't think big first. We say, let's look at these numbers, and should it be 68 or 60? We don't really have the conversation about what are we trying to accomplish with this budget, and then we can, and what are the ramifications of making different changes. And then we run down the road, and then everything follows from that. So I appreciate you raising it, and I want us to have that conversation.
All right, so let's take a vote on the approving the annual charge rate and cap for fiscal year 19 and 20. All those in favor? Okay, so it's Janet, Allen, Ginny, Lynn, Greg, Sherry, Nancy, Dick, Andy. All those opposed? Abstain? Opposed? Which one, Chow?
Yeah.
Abstain
Opposed.
or opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay, Chow's abstaining. Okay, just a second. So it passes 9-0-1 with Chow being abstaining. Okay. Oh, now we get to move on to rates. Okay, is there a motion to approve the rates for 19 and 20? Chow moved to approve the rates for 19 and 20. Is there a second? Janet seconds. Okay. All right. Discussions. Greg, you want to start, or?
Sure, I can. I move that we reduce all sport and fitness rates and fees by 10% for residents for FY19 and 20. And when I mean reduced by 10%, I mean a 10% reduction from the FY18 rates and fees, again limited to residents, that is assessment paying persons.
Is there a second?
I see.
Chow. All right, discussion.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Sure, I can start this. You know, what we just did just further reinforces why this is the right thing to do. What I'm talking about is reducing the membership fees and rates for the group of folks that's already paying the annual charge, who in my view don't get sufficient value for what they pay. Yes, they get the pathways, they get open space, and that's all fine, but this would be an additional benefit they would realize by virtue of being an assessment-paying resident. What my hope is also is that this reduction can be used by our staff, by marketing people, to, as I referred to before, expanding our base, increasing the number of residents that we engage with as far as getting a membership to our facilities. I wasn't here for a meeting, and Andy reminded me of that back in January, where where Dan presented the, as I understand it, the most recent membership data. And so I listened to it on the podcast or whatever you call it. That was no fun.
You should have been there.
I'm glad I went there. I probably would have started screaming. I mean that sort of good-naturedly, but it seems like 90% of that discussion was whether or not we should use or include employee memberships in with resident memberships, going round and round and round, and staff couldn't come up with a progression and a trend to our resident memberships because they stopped. They were including employee memberships and then they weren't. I've done the work that staff didn't do that I'd like to share with folks. Because in every quarterly financial report that the staff puts out to the board and to the public, and they haven't corrected them, we do provide resident membership figures that include employee memberships. And then 2 pages later, or before, I can't remember, we do disclose how many employee memberships we have. So you can subtract them out. And then you can, using what Dan provided us with the number of assessment-paying residences, you can do the division. And you can come up with figures. Again, the trend is down. The trend in memberships among residents has been going down since for the entire time I've been on this board. Okay? The only question is, are we going to do something about it? Yes, staff is doing something about it. See how many copies I have, so I didn't mean to slide you there. I just went back to 2015.
Thank you.
Sure.
Next, right? Thank you.
We used to be running somewhere north of 40%. Right now, we're down around 33%. The trend is going down. It has been going down. My hope is that by giving some price relief to our residents, that more residents will want to be part of our facilities, want to buy memberships. The fact is, what we did with the new membership structure for pretty much everyone was a jump in membership rates. It was. Especially hard hit were our package plan folks, right? They're getting hit with 10% jumps every year until they're going to apparently equal out with the current fit and play people and former package plan plus people. This is, in my view, is the wrong direction. And I just really think we just need to pull rates and fees down as staff is improving the quality. I heard also at that meeting some of the great comments in Clara Bridge and from many of you talking about your personal, and I share them. The quality of our staff at our facilities, welcoming people, people coming in and leaving with really good impression of our facilities, the quality of the equipment, the look of the facilities, everything is improving. But the fact is, we've got to get the members in there. Part of getting members in there is promoting and offering some kind of price that maybe more of them can say, gee, I can do that for my family. I can do that for myself, for my wife and I, my husband and I, whatever. And right now, I just worry that our fees that just keep going up every blessed year. It's only 2.5%. Or it's only 3%, or it's only 5%. But just every year it just climbs and climbs and climbs. At some point, and at the same time we're climbing with our rates, we are losing members, people. It's not working. It will work, but it's not working right now. And whatever the definition of insanity is, it's doing the same thing, expecting it to change. We've got to, at some point, stop. What I'm talking about is a philosophical course correction, right? Everyone says, staff says, gee, we got to worry about revenue. We got to worry about revenue. Yes, we have to worry about revenue. But what I'm saying is we're going to put residents in front of revenue, okay? We're maybe going to put residents in front of every stream restoration project that's out there. We're maybe going to put residents in front of, all these other things we do. Why? Because they're the ones that are paying the annual charge. Not just them, our businesses too. This to me just makes sense, not only to serve the residents, but to really help us as an organization with our membership. So just hope you ask for you all to support it.
Dick? I'm very sympathetic to what Greg is saying. This is essentially, however, a marketing question. And I'd like to work with some real numbers, or as best we can come up with. And I think one of the things we should be looking at is first of all, is pricing the reason we're losing market share? Maybe there's some demographic factors. I'm just, Greg, give me just a second here. I mean, there could be demographic factors. There could be things that we're not offering. I mean, let's find out what let's get reality based here. And the second thing is estimating what type of market share we could capture by reducing our rates, and that really takes a bit of guesswork, and it gets. And I'd really like to get some financial analysis, some marketing analysis on what we could do there. And I agree. I think we could increase our market share, and I would like to increase our market share. I think one of the big problems we have is participation, and people would see more value in their annual charge, which I think would solve Child's problem, if there was more participation in our activities. So my thing is, instead of deciding to do this tonight, I'd like to see some numbers, and I'd like to ask our staff to give us an analysis of what would happen if we reduce those rates.
Milton's next.
I would ask the board, Greg handed out these numbers tonight. Greg, with all due respect of you, we have staff, finance, sport and fitness who deal with the operations every day. We can't set these numbers, and you're asking the board to make a decision based on numbers you've given us. We've had no time to look at these numbers. We have no time to analyze these numbers. I'm sure I can show you, based on conversations we've had with staff, that there's no correlation between lower fees and greater participation or higher membership, because we have the numbers. I would like for the board to give us time as staff to look at Greg's numbers and come back with a response, because our numbers are different, Greg.
The only numbers I've given you are the trend. These are your numbers.
But we can show you trends other way.
Well,
increased memberships.
But the one trend that's inarguable is resident memberships. That is going down, has been, for years.
Well, the other point I'd like to make, Greg, you're entitled to your opinion, but you're not entitled to your facts. And I'm drawing from your staff's financial reports that you're putting Greg,
out.
I don't give you my opinion. I can give you the facts. I can give you the facts based on what's going on every day in the operations in this organization. That's why you see in the approved budget, sport and fitness is roughly $28 million operation. That's not chump change, Greg.
No, it's not, but it's only 33% of our residents. 1/3. That's unsatisfactory. That's poor.
That's yours.
That's poor.
Okay.
And I don't want to hear that the state of Maryland wide is 18%. We're supposed to, measure ourselves by Garrett County and Cecil County? No. This organization historically has been much higher than this. We can do a lot better, and we
Basically,
haven't
I asked the board an opportunity to follow up on this information.
So I am real sympathetic to the goal.
I sense a but.
Increase membership. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I sense a but coming.
For me, it's an and. This may be one part of the solution. I'm also remembering what Joel has said, and he's not the first person to say it, that we may be losing our lunch to these more trendy, a little more extreme, the rock climbing and the this and the that, the trampoline park and those sorts of things. So my question is, I like your phrase, I think, was a philosophical course correction. And for me, that's a larger question. It may include a rate reduction for all the reasons you've stated. It may include some other things as well that I worry, are we too timid? Do we worry so much because we are so big about risk and what the insurance would be and what that we only focus on the safe kinds of activities people can do, and are we losing members for that? I don't agree that the staff has the answer to why we're losing members. If they had the answer to why we're losing members, we'd have done something about it. I don't think we have that answer. I think that's the answer we need. That may include a rate reduction. It may include other things as well.
Okay, Charles next, and then Janet, Lynn, Ginny, Nancy.
Susan had her hand up.
Oh, Susan.
Lynn's
Susan,
had her
I'm sorry.
hand up for a half hour.
I do have Lynn as
It's what I do.
let's
You
do-
gotta wait.
What I have is, Susan, do you have your hand?
I did have my hand up.
Yeah, all right. Were you going to answer a response? Sorry.
It's hard to know where to start, really. There has been no opportunity to figure out what impact this would have on the budget. When you first I got this morning, I thought you were looking at all rates, and that's about $3 million of a reduction in revenue that would need to be accounted for in some way. And I know you don't like to hear that, but there needs to be some accounting for that. And the staff, we do believe that we know why the number of memberships has decreased. And that is, one, because of the competition. And not that means that CA should engage in all those activities, but it's clear that there is so much more competition for people's recreational and fitness time and money than there ever was. And that's continuing to change and evolve. So
Does that mean we're accepting the reduction? That's our new normal, as they say these days?
Possibly, but also we know that there is, and Dan can answer this better than I, but we tried the Haven $10 refresh membership is a great example of where a low rate does not correlate to participation or revenue.
Because the product.
Either one.
Because of the product.
No, because as we changed the rates, the revenue went up and participation increased. So it's not related to the product. That's that particular membership price. And also, attrition has not changed. So we are not losing memberships at any faster rate than we were. And those reasons are still the same. They still are not using and moving are the two biggest reasons by far. So the problem is new sales, and that's what we're addressing. And so I would ask if Dan could have the opportunity to speak more knowledgeably than I could.
So, yeah, as Susan's saying, I mean, when you look at the entire picture, membership, there's so many facets of it. It's hard to just peel one piece of that. And there isn't an answer. It's a combination of things, and just moving one lever doesn't mean the next. The Haven $10 refresh is a perfect example. We raised that rate and got increased participation. Now, we lost some of the people who just bought memberships and never went, but I don't think that's our goal, is to just get memberships in a bunch of people's hands. We actually want people to use them. And so participation has increased by raising that refresh rate. We did adjust other rates, so that's always on the table. we did lower the resident revive rate. I mean, that's always a good discussion to have and look and see where the offset was. And at Haven, it worked. We generated more revenue.
By reducing, by
increase.
No,
Increase.
no, they reduced that membership.
Yeah.
And you got a lot more participation. You reduced it at the same time you got rid of the $10 one.
Raised it.
Correct.
Well, you
Right. Yeah, we raised it
Same
from
membership.
10 to
It was
29. So
And then you made that one that increased, the membership class that increased, more of a value.
Yeah.
You reduced. I mean, again, so there is some evidence.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not just lower the rate and everything happens. So if
Right.
we keep the same product and lower the rate, there's no guarantee it's going to change. I had to make other changes to make the change in the refresh membership viable. So it is a big picture. And to Alan's point, we do know what's going on with the membership. I can't, exactly this button, but they are very large and interconnected pieces. As Susan said, we've been looking at attrition. And I know, Greg, you were kind of, so we are not losing members. Members aren't quitting, to put it more precisely. Members aren't quitting at any faster rate. The problem that we've had and we currently have is we're not selling as many new memberships. And to Dick's point, some of it's marketing, some of it's how we're messaging ourselves, some of it's how we're reaching out to the community, some of it's our sales process.
Some of it may be product.
And some of it might be product. And we've heard that, which is why we're making all these, trying to be aggressive about moving the facilities forward so that we can start delivering on the products. One of the things right now, we've talked about, I mentioned in the past, we're hiring a professional sales team. We have a sales trainer in, they've been in this week, they've been training all week. Starting March 1st, we have a professional sales team whose job it is to go out to our community, to engage people, to go out to the businesses in Columbia and really actively recruit people rather than the passive process we've had in the past. Before, when we were the only ones here, a passive process worked because there was no place else to go. But as has been pointed out, there's some ridiculous number, and it keeps changing. Like in the last 2 or 3 years, like 85 different fitness-related type facilities have opened up in Columbia. And that happens, it's not just Columbia, that's happening everywhere. The market share is getting more and more spread thin. I think I've shared the numbers before. This is the first year that the percentage of growth of new members buying or having a health club membership was not less than the number of new facilities opening. So for the previous 5 or 6 years, facilities were open at a faster rate than new members. So the average number of members per facility across the country was going down just because there's such an explosion. So, and Alan pointed it out, we do have to be more aggressive. Our facilities, when I look at them, they haven't changed in decades, where we have close to 80 new facilities who are offering all of the newest, greatest toys are opening up. We can't compete. We're expecting them. We've let them go. The athletic club renovation, we're putting in a functional training studio. We're going to put one into Supreme. We're going to start doing these things where we're going to compete with and create these products so that we have more value for more of our community, because we're very homogenous and we're restricted to the demographics that we're trying to reach. So we are cognizant of what's happening. There's just no switch I can flip today to make it happen. We've talked about, and I really appreciate hearing the changes you see in the facilities. That's taken a lot of work and effort to get everyone on board and to make those changes. And the members are starting to see it. Then they start telling people. Back from the Club Intel data, they said the same thing. Our early Clarabridge survey said our members were not happy with us. They were detractors, and detractors detract. We're moving that dial. And therefore, now they're going to start telling people to come in. It's a process that lowering the rates and not doing anything else, doing everything else, not managing the rates, they're not independent pieces that we can just pick one out and just say, if we change this, it changes everything.
Okay, let's go back. Chow, Janet, and Jenny.
So Dan, what I hear you is that our market share will still going down because the competition from others, right? There's an inevitable that the trend were going down, right? The market share.
Yeah, as more people move in, it's going to be natural.
So my point is like we see the market share right going down year by year. So your point is probably we're not able to reverse that trend at all, right? Or
Well, I'm not saying we can't reverse it. I'm saying we've done nothing to this point until recently to do anything to reverse it.
So because we're doing a lot of stuff in different facilities, you believe that trend will reverse in certain time?
Yeah.
How long do you think it takes?
We're already starting to see some of the changes, and with a new sales team, a focused sales team, I think in the next year we're going to see some really good things happening.
That's great. So I think I totally agree with you, Greg. Even, that's the reason I thought we think about something different. And we care probably too much about the revenue. We are afraid to talk about the revenue drop. And because everything had been budgeted on the revenue, we thought about. And I think the problem is we are afraid to make changes. That's the problem. Any changes, I think we are afraid to raise the annual charge. We are afraid to decrease the annual charge. And the only change we have, I think I just see the membership price increasing over years.
Janet?
Definitely I can see the quality of the service is getting better, but the membership price is getting higher and higher. I used to have a lot of friends who go with my daughter for the swimming lesson or anything in CA facility. They moved away because they said it's too expensive for them. Definitely they are living outside of Paso. It's not a CA resident, but it's just too expensive for them. They went to other competitions. And when people told me the price is not a problem, I would say, are you kidding me? The price is the problem in most cases.
Janet.
So one, I'm not opposed to reducing. I don't think that we should decide that tonight because I think that's really short notice. And I would like to understand the implications of, the further reaching implications. But also I just wanted to mention, in terms of market share, I work in radio and TV ratings. And as you can imagine, radio and TV ratings have consistently gone down over time because the choices have gotten to be so much larger. Where radio is concerned, there's digital, there's a lot of other ways to listen to radio that aren't over-the-air radio. And with TV, the same thing. And so, we have to take into consideration the market factors that contribute to what goes into market share. And that may or may not be influenced by price, but, definitely the way the market is trending, I don't think you can just base everything on the fact that our market share has gone down.
Lynn.
Again, I think I agree with most of the comments so far. There are a lot of issues in your letter, in your email that are thoughtful and interesting. But again, it needs major consideration. We need certainly more than just a financial analysis. We need the more global analysis. Marketing. What is it that we actually want to do? This is not a conversation for tonight. This is something, again, in the next year, in the next budget cycle. It's not responsible to vote without more information.
Yeah, I share a lot of what Chow's been saying and Greg's been saying in terms of the concerns. And Greg, a lot of what you put in the email that I'm just trying to find a copy of right now, you raised a lot of things about how we should consider household and what changes we should make in that in terms of membership. I think were very valid. But I just think it's something that the board should consider asking the staff to study and report back by a certain time, because I think we do have to get to the bottom of some of those things and explore them. But to do it at the last minute in the budget, we should have been doing that for the last year. And one of the things I added to the tracking thing is these salespeople that we're hiring and going out, or the salespeople that are going to be or are already at the clubs and selling.
No, they're trained right now.
They're not at the clubs yet, okay. But the whole thing is that'll sell more membership. I asked that be evaluated, because what is the cost of all those other people and what exactly are they producing? Now, it'll take months to get results, but I think we should keep on top of that, because that is an expense. Is it producing revenue, et cetera? And I don't want to wait a year to hear about that. So, you know, I'd like to see us stay on top of these things and solve some of them before the next budget.
You don't need me.
Nancy?
People have said what I was going to say.
Well, I spent over 40 years in marketing, so let me make a couple of comments here. In selling something, there are what we call the 4 Ps, and it's price, positioning, promotion. There's one other that I can't remember. It's been a while. But price is one of those things, and one of the things that we know is that price it's complex, and it's not so much cost, it's value perception is what drives the market. When I was at Doyle Dane Bernbach, we got the Chivas Regal account and didn't know what to do with it, and somebody said jack up the price and sell it as a luxury good, and we did, and it was fabulous. Another, one of the things you say in marketing is you don't want to be the low-cost provider, because somebody can always charge less. You're just going to get beaten at that game. So I have a lot of confidence in Dan and what his team is doing, and I'm optimistic about what's going to happen with the sales team. I think this is something we got to keep an eye on. I agree with Greg that price could be a factor here, and we shouldn't and we need to take that into consideration. But I do think this is a conversation we need to have in the coming year when we make a list of the things that we're going to be discussing.
Mm-hmm. So let me just
4 P is product.
Product.
Who
Who cares about the product if you got good promotion?
So let me remind the board of what Dick said kind of at the beginning. Next month, in 2 weeks, okay, we have our strategic issues discussion at the board, basically the work plan. And the idea behind this is the board sits down, we toss out a number of ideas as to what we want to concentrate on for next year, and we pick 2 or 3 of the topics. But there have been a couple of good things tonight and through the emails, and so I want to remind the board that the request is going out shortly for topics, and so be prepared, and that's really where you kind of start addressing, I'll say, more of the policy strategic issues, and kind of that's an opportunity. So, even though we have the list, remember you have to convince the rest of your board members if you want to get that particular issue. All right, great.
All right, last pitch, and I promise I'll shut up. On this one. And my question in all seriousness is, how many more quarters or years of a decline in resident memberships is this board willing to tolerate before it does something? Come up with your number in your mind, okay? Is it 2 quarters? Is it a year, 2 years? We've already had 6 or 7 years of decline, folks. So how much more do you need before we do something different? That's what I think everyone needs to ask him or herself. All that Sport and Fitness is doing, Dan, with Dan in charge, is absolutely necessary, absolutely needed. It's definitely part of it. It is incredibly complex. But for some people, and I submit a significant portion of our population, our resident population, already being hit with the annual charge, price matters. It does. It does. You can talk to seniors. I talk to, you should talk to some of these people they're not, there's this myth out there that because Howard County, overall has just some fantastic median income, that somehow everybody in Columbia is just well off. We're not. Okay? I'm doing pretty well. I'm not in the poorhouse. But I know a lot of people that are, that appliance or that major, catastrophe away from a major problem. And this kind of reduction would make the difference and could entice people to join our memberships. Again, price matters. I don't understand why sport and fitness staff would be so resistant to a reduction. I really don't, Dan. I understand why Susan would, as the financial person. But I don't understand why Sport and Fitness wouldn't say, gee, this would make it that much easier for our folks that we're bringing on to go out and convince people to be a part of our program. To me, it's not the only solution, and there are no guarantees. There are none. You're not going to get a guarantee of anything. You know, we can go into next year and suck all the momentum out of the room by having a bunch of meetings and discussions and conversations about this. But at the end of that awful day, okay, there still aren't going to be guarantees. We just got to figure out what is our philosophy. And the group of people in my mind that we ought to be doing everything in our ability to serve and serve well with our programs and services are those folks we're hitting with the annual charge. It just is. And in my view, this is a common sense thing. This is readily achievable. And again, would give us an opportunity to increase the base and hopefully increase or at least offset some of the revenue loss that would, of course, come at least in the immediate time frame. So again, just ask that you all consider it.
So just, let me just offer Sherry any comment you want to make, because you're the only one who
Everybody
hasn't.
has already
Okay.
said, basically.
Look,
Could I say, if new memberships is what we need, then is it possible to say, let's offer a reduced introductory rate to people? If that's the target group, well, there is that. But if we're trying to get them in, would that be a way to target this so it wouldn't have as large an impact on revenue, but it would have an impact on the people we're trying to get, which are people who are not currently members?
Like a 2-month or 1 month or something like that.
Okay.
Can I just make a suggestion?
Nancy.
It'll be quick.
Okay.
That this is an important subject. I have no doubt about it, and I would love to also participate in it. But we really need to get through this, and I would love to see this particular subject tabled until next year.
All right, well, there's a motion. All those in favor of the amendment, which was basically reduced by 10%. All those in favor? Greg and Chow. All those opposed? Janet, Alan, Ginny, Lynn, Sherry, Nancy, Dick, Andy. Okay.
I move that we hold all sport and fitness rates and fees for residents at FY18 levels for FY19 and 20. Okay, no reduction. All we do is we hold FY19 and 20 at the current levels. We don't hit people with an increase. Again, those people are residents for 19 and 20.
How is that not a reduction? If this is in here for an increase.
It's not a reduction from the previous motion.
Not
was
from FY18, but in terms of how this budget was prepared?
Yes.
It's a reduction.
It would be a reduction for that, but not a reduction.
Reduction's a
in their
reduction.
It's not a reduction, Ginny. It's holding. It's saying no increase. One man's no increase is another woman's reduction.
It's not a loss of potential revenue based on the way the budget was prepared.
Right now, the average increase is what, around 2.5%? It's small. Okay.
So it is a decrease then.
No, it's
Revenue.
no increase.
In revenue.
Okay, wait. Can somebody say, Greg has made a motion. Before we kind of discuss it, does anybody? You said, all right, Chow. All right, let's go. Okay, so Ginny, you had.
I'm sorry, I'm done.
Okay, Milton.
I just asked the board. Columbia Association is a $78 million organization. The board need to make decisions, whether it's revenues, reductions, reducing program. You need to be strategic about it. We don't need to show up the night of, make seat of the pants recommendations because it feels good. There's no documentation. There's nothing to support this. I just think it feels good.
You're making assumptions about people's motivations.
But where are the numbers?
I think the insult
Okay,
people.
I'm not trying to insult them.
Let's not. All right. Any other discussion?
Yeah, sure. You want numbers? I mean, Susan probably knows the number right there.
I'm sorry, Alan was next.
Okay, go ahead.
But that was what I was going to ask Susan. If we held the numbers as the motion is at their FY18 levels for 19 and 20, what would be the impact on the budget?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I have to go back and look at the
But I can compute.
projections.
Do you have the?
Okay, I'll tell you the numbers.
Sorry.
Here we go. You do. Here's the thing. You just chose, I'm sorry. You could have come up with this. I'll come up with it for you. You're right. Susan, who thought it was originally all memberships, okay, she said annually it's about $3 million, right? For all memberships. If we just limit it to residents, let's say it's 2/3 of that, $2 million. 2.5% of $2 million is
You've got the calculator.
a grand total of $50,000.
The way the number works, I'm sorry. The math doesn't work that way, Greg.
It does. 2.5% of, because that's the increase, right? The increase is 2.5%. 2.5% of 2 million is $50,000, folks. That's all. I'm done.
Help us my question was to Susan.
Sorry.
So Susan,
Is it not
help us
$50,000?
understand why that's not correct.
Because the algebra is wrong. The increase is,
Give us an, use small numbers, give us.
so you have to divide by 1.025 of the total.
Simple. So if you move the average dues of our membership $1, so our average dues is around $80. So what's 2.5% of that?
1.6.
Yeah. So just if you move it $1, so every month we bill about 20,000 memberships, and I'm rounding numbers to make the math easy because it's 9:30. So that's $20,000 a month times 12, and so that's what it cost us to move the average dues $1. Every time we move it $1. So
For all, that's not just, you're including residents and non-residents, though. So again, if you just limit to residents, it's south of what he's saying.
yeah, that's worst case scenario.
Okay, again,
All right.
limiting just to residents.
Any other discussion?
No.
All right, all those in favor of that amendment, which was to hold the rates at, for fiscal year 19, fiscal year 20, at the fiscal year 18 rates for residents?
I would give support.
Okay, just a second. Chow and Greg. All opposed. Janet, Alan, Ginny, Lynn, Sherry, Nancy, Dick, Andy.
Okay, I move that we make the senior discount on memberships combinable with other discounts. What this means is that the discount is to be applied on both new memberships and renewal memberships. Okay, right now it's only applied to new memberships. The piece I'm asking for is that it be applied to renewal memberships as well. The current senior discount, which already exists, I'm not proposing anything, a new discount. Current senior discount is all of 10%.
Is there anyone to second that?
Second it.
Alan. Any discussion?
I'd like to.
Alan?
I'd like to hear somebody, either from staff or whoever, make the case for why it should only be applicable to new memberships, not to, from then on, for everybody, for that person's membership.
I'll just say, we have 2,540 monthly senior memberships. And of those, trying to find the number here.
What's a senior membership? Could I ask what's a senior membership?
I didn't write it down, my computer crashed.
A membership held by a
Plus
senior
old
citizen.
people.
You mean regardless of income?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a membership.
Age qualified.
Age.
But there's
Age,
actually
not income. Okay.
none of the senior memberships are paying more than
Can you tell?
90% of the retailers. There's actually a small portion, and I think I showed Greg asked the question, how many have we sold? And the number we sell of senior discounted memberships is very small because all the seniors are actually paying less than that. So the vast majority of our senior members are getting more than a 10% discount already. Whether it's through renewal rates or through income qualified or some other kind of discount. So there's, I can't find the exact number.
Then why are we giving them a 10% discount on their initial membership?
Well, there's, not everyone qualifies for a lower rate, so they at least, if you're over 65, you at least get a 10% discount. That's the minimum.
But just your first
No,
year?
no, it's ongoing. It's ongoing. What Greg's referring to is that it's off, the 10% is off the retail rate. So if you have a discount that's lower than the 10%, you don't get the 10% on top of whatever the lower than 10% is. So if your renewal rate is 85%, you're not getting a 75% discount. You're not getting, it's not going to 75%.
In your first year,
No, it's whatever discount you have is in perpetuity. It's just
as long as you qualify for it.
yeah. So it's just we don't stack the two on top of each other. You get the better of whatever the best rate we can give you is the one you get. We don't stack them up.
There are only 2,400 senior memberships?
Memberships. No, there's more than that because there's full pay. That's just monthly pay.
Okay.
There's another 300 full pay. There's right around 3,000 memberships, about 4,500 senior members.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, and what Dan, the figures he's referring to, and I appreciate him getting.
Was there a second? Yeah. Okay.
Getting these is that in FY17, for the whole year, there were only 40 new memberships that got the senior discount. So far in FY18, which is almost over, there have been 32. Senior discount isn't moving the ball at all, folks, because it only applies, as Dan said, to new memberships. If you're getting a renewal membership, because staff creatively calls that a discount instead of a renewal rate, you only get the renewal discount. You don't get the senior discount. So I've talked to seniors about this, talked to Sharon Lee Vogel about this. This is one of the things that sticks in the craw of seniors. When we came up with the discount years ago, and at the last minute, some board member proposed that it not be combinable, Andy. Mm-hmm. It gutted the effectiveness of the senior discount, folks. In 2 years, 72 people got the benefit of this discount that we advertise as having a senior discount. It's almost disingenuous. All I'm saying is we give them the 10% off of what they otherwise would be paying. Period. That's all I'm saying.
Ginny.
I know this is repetitive, but I'd again like to say I think Chow and Greg have some good points that I think we need to look at. And I'd like to see the staff come back after they've done a lot more homework on this in about 2 months, 3 months, and really deal with a presentation on just membership in depth so that we have a chance to really look at this and look at the implications. It's very, very difficult to decide which way to vote on this tonight, and I think this is unfortunate experience. So, but I think I don't want to see it dropped. I just do not see how it makes any sense of voting on changing that when I don't understand the ramifications for the budget. And there's another thing I don't understand is I really have no sense about why people, whether we've done any surveys to find out why people aren't joining CA, why senior. No, don't go into it now. My point is that would be part of the presentation as to why we're either attrition, losing members, or we are not getting more of X population. I'd like to see that part of this presentation to the board in about 3 months. So that's sort of where I am, because I know there's a lot more that you're going to read down, and I'd like to see if we could just put that all in together and we not go through each one because we'll be here for quite a while as a courtesy.
And your birthday will be here.
So Ginny, just keep that for next meeting, for the work session, because that's exactly when to bring that up.
I'm trying to deal with it now, so
Well,
that otherwise there's 10 more things on the list, right?
Plans for next year, he's talking
I'm
about.
saying trying to deal with it tonight because I think there's at least 4, 5, or 6 more items on the list. I'm trying to say, put it all together and let's deal with it. Make staff deal with it. We deal with it in 3 months. We don't let it slip, but I know we're not going to accomplish it tonight. And I don't
want it to.
Wait.
Greg, we're not getting all the facts.
Alan.
I just want to say that I did second it, and I just need to disclose a conflict of interest. I turned 65 this year.
But did you get your discount?
We'll find out.
I don't know. I already announced, Alan, that we had no conflicts of interest reported to me. What can I say?
No, he
I don't think he's the only one in the
He
room.
didn't realize it.
All right.
Well, he can solve that conflict by not accepting the discount.
All right. All those in favor of the motion? Alan and Greg. Opposed? Janet, Ginny, Lynn, Sherry, Nancy, Dick, Andy, abstain?
All right, I move that we redefine the term family membership to include single parents and their children, whether they're dependents or not.
Second.
I second. Oh,
You can say. I waive my second.
Yeah, just a second. I gotta write this all down.
So again, Greg,
we,
family membership.
we redefine the term family membership for membership purposes to include single parents and their children, whether they're dependents or not.
Single parents, children.
Okay.
What
Um,
does he mean?
I,
And then there are adult
Well, you
children.
need a second.
Only one parent gets
Chow seconded it.
depends. They get IRS purposes.
Could you explain that? Could you
Sure.
explain what that means?
What it means is, what we do, as I understand it, and folks can correct me if I'm wrong, family membership says two adults and their dependent children. Okay? What I'm saying is, just, for better or for worse, we are in a society and community where we have a lot of single parents out there. We may have single parents, and the way it works in divorce is one parent gets the dependency, gets that deduction, and that's what we look at for IRS purposes. What I'm saying is, throw out the dependence thing or not, and let's open it up to a family that can consist of a single parent and children.
In the same household.
Milton.
I would just like Dan to respond to that.
Staff is looking at this. We're working on this and examining this. We see an email and we agree it's a good thing to be looking at, so we're trying to figure out a solution.
Could you help me understand why it's not an easy thing to do?
Because we're trying not to create another membership type, because that's what the whole purpose of simplifying everything. So we're looking at the ramifications of, do we do an add-on membership or something, but we have agreed as staff it's worth looking at and trying to figure out a workable solution without going against what we did with the membership restructure and going down that road. So we're trying to find a solution to that.
And could I just ask Greg, by removing the word dependent, you're not talking about me as a single parent with my 39-year-old daughter?
No.
You're still talking about.
That's the next motion. Well, no, she's 39. No, she still won't. No, that won't apply to her at all.
I was a serious question. You're not talking
They're
about
65.
any child.
You said whether they're dependents or not, so it
Correct.
would be the 39-year-old.
But they have to be in the same household, and the age thing still kicks in. That's another thing. The age thing I'm going to talk about in the next motion.
Could be
okay?
granny, wait.
Okay, so staff is handling this, right? Is that okay?
Well, I still
Are you
ask
gonna
for a
vote?
vote on the motion. I mean,
Oh, could we?
I still ask for a vote. You can vote no.
I move we table this until
Second.
staff comes back.
Second. It requires a second.
Yes, it does.
Even moving, Andy. Ask
Yep.
for discussion on the motion
Okay.
to table.
Let's suck that one out. Okay, so
No, a motion to table does not put something on the table.
No, I have to take a vote.
Oh.
All those in favor of tabling this? All right, Janet, Chow, Ginny, Lynn, Sherry, Nancy, Dick, Andy. Opposed? Greg, abstain. Alan. Okay.
all right, I move that we redefine family membership again to include children up to the age, not 39, up to the age of 25, living at the same address as the parent or parents. Current age is 22. So again, this would expand that age. This would raise that age up to age 25 if they're still, for children, if they're still living at the same address as their parent or parents.
Greg, could I ask you a quick? I don't know what I think.
You
this
gotta
falls
second
under-
it first.
I don't know, because maybe it's a point of personal privilege or something. You had a request from another member to. Is it really worth bringing each one of these things up individually, just have them voted down, rather than take a sense of the board, do we want to do things like this? And then if we do, we can get into the specifics, and if we don't, we table it to a future time. I'm not clear what benefit we get from raising each one individually.
The benefit to me is I have no doubt that the vast majority of these will never be the subject of. I mean, I've been doing this for too long. We just don't do it.
With you.
Just don't do it. Again, we've been doing the same thing year after year after year, following the same rules. Okay, so my feeling is if we don't do it as part of the budget, it doesn't get done. That's why I'm doing it.
It's not true. We raised these issues before. We did this 5 years ago.
No,
we
we
did
didn't.
it.
No, we didn't.
We looked at these memberships. That's how we created the senior discount. It may not be exactly what you had wanted at that time, and I agree with you that it merits revisiting. And I think everybody, what I'm hearing is that there seems to be consensus that the board would like to look at this, but not tonight. So would you be willing to table this, have your entire list looked at? Because there are very, very good points there. But let's look at it when we have time to get more evidence in, when we're able to look back over a couple of years, see how some of these things already in place are working.
Yeah,
Let's do that.
no. Okay.
Thank you for
Sorry, Jerry, I can't do
Okay.
it. People are getting older, folks. Kids are becoming not kids anymore.
I'm getting older by the minute.
Seniors are getting older.
There's
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny.
For the motion so far.
Okay, there's no second.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to jump in here. I'm going to say, I move all of Greg's motions 7 to 13, and that. Is there a second? Second. All right. I move then we table all of these motions.
Okay. I haven't even made them yet.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I said, I moved all of your points 7 through 13.
You didn't make the motions.
I did, and Dick seconded it.
You didn't make my motions.
You
can't
emailed-
table.
He made his
You,
motion.
you can't table a motion that hasn't been made yet.
He referred to what you had written.
Right.
Point
I-
7 through 13.
Right. I have your email.
Yes.
So I'm saying is I'm making all those motions that you have mentioned here, 7 through 13. Dick seconded, and now I'm moving to table.
Okay,
And Ginny seconded.
Dick did.
Oh, Dick.
You don't discuss the tabling, right?
No.
So let's vote.
All right. All those in favor of tabling all of those motions. Janet, Alan, Chow, Ginny, Lynn, Sherry, Nancy, Dick, Andy. All those opposed? Abstained? Okay.
This is an illegitimate motion, and you know it. You know it, Andy. It's never been done before. Preempting a motion by tabling it, never been done. Never been done. I tell you, seniors, we got a lot of seniors out there. I had a college student discount, high school discount. You know, we don't get to even talk about them because they're going to be tabled.
No, we will talk about
No,
that was a part
It
of the
won't be
motion.
talked about if nobody seconds it, Greg. So my question is from a practical, if you will, small p political, meaning getting things done point of view. What's the most positive way to get maximum support for these things? And I submit to you that as I look at them, I may waver on some, I may get some information that says, hey, no, that's not such a good idea. I like a lot of them. I don't think that.
I understand. I get that, Alan, and you're just one board member, and I appreciate that.
I said
But-
the same thing.
But the
half
fact is,
hour ago.
let me tell you something. This entire budget, this is amazing to me. This entire budget that you got, we are not making a single change to. It is exactly what we got in October.
I don't think so.
I have never seen a more irresponsible board than what we have right now. Not a single change. You know, it's not like a multiple choice test where staff has gotten, picked all the right answers. And these things are all supposed to be judgment. They're supposed to be discretion. They're supposed to be All that stuff we talk about as board members, but we're not going to make a single change to it.
To make these suggestions,
Single
we could have
change to it.
talked about them in October.
Right.
February 22nd.
Could have talked about
All
it
right, Dick
effectively.
wants to.
I agree with you, there's some problems with the way we do the budget. And I could go into some details, I'd like to see some kind of a line item approach. I don't like the fact that it takes 6 people to take something out of a budget. And one of the other things I think we need to discuss as part of what we're looking at next year is how we're going to attack the budget in the future. And I think you're absolutely right. I don't like the process at all, and I know there are other board members who don't like the process. And I think the process has to be re-examined. But at this point, I don't think, I mean, we set this process months ago, and I think we're stuck with it. And I agree with you, it's a crummy process, but let's take this thing through, and then let's make sure we don't make the same mistake next year.
Knowing that we can make changes next year.
I actually have a couple amendments to the budget I'd like to get to at some
I would
point,
too.
and they're really brief, so
Yeah,
I do have some amendments.
You
to
wouldn't
it.
like them tabled in advance, would you?
No.
Go ahead a minute. I mean, I wouldn't do that.
But they aren't being brought up just tonight. Yours were just brought up tonight.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, they
That's
are
the
being
problem.
brought up tonight.
All right. Are there any other motions on the rates? Is there, I suggest we go
Andy,
for a
I want to
vote.
make a motion. Let Greg proceed with his motion. If nobody second, that's fine, but I think it's a legitimate concern. He even didn't mention the motion, prepare the motion to the board.
Want to do that? Does the board want to do that?
Yeah, let's let them have it.
Wants to do
I don't want
it?
any charity at this point. Let's just go.
Voted. We already
All right. I make a motion, you have to accept some charity.
No, it's already tabled.
It's already tabled.
We can take something off the table.
Take it,
Put it back on the table, whatever.
put it
that
back on the
Yeah, we can
table.
take it off the table.
Let's go through the ritual.
Well, you make your motion.
I
Untable.
make a motion, we untable this and
Oh,
I second
jeez.
it.
All right. All those in favor of untabling? Alan, Chow, and Dick. All those opposed? Janet, Ginny, Lynn, Sherry, Nancy, Andy. All those abstain. Greg. Okay. All right, I'm going to take the vote on the rates. All those in favor of the rates as presented. Janet, Ginny, Chow, Lynn, Sherry, Nancy, Dick, Andy, all those opposed. Greg, opposed? Alan? Opposed, all right. All right, now we're on to the 19 capital budget.
Oh.
Ginny, you had a motion, this 19 capital budget.
Yeah, I just have two quick ones, really short. On regarding the proposed FY 2019 capital funds for Haven on the Lake, funds will not be used until the CA board makes a determination of the future direction for Haven. However, funds can be used to develop studies, diagrams, which would help the CA board make a decision.
I'll second that.
And
Look, one at a time.
yeah, that's it. That's it for Haven.
Could you say that again?
No.
Okay. Let me try to get it here. Regarding the proposed fiscal year 19 capital funds for Haven on the Lake, funds will not be used until the CA board makes a determination of the future for Haven. However, funds can be used to develop studies / diagrams which would help the board make a decision.
Okay.
Okay.
Information, we're specifically talking about the $1 million on page 255 of
Yes.
the budget.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Is there any limit to these amounts for the studies?
Well, let's put it this way: the more money they spend on studies, the less there is to actually do construction, because the figure is $1 million. I forget, who seconded Ginny's
Greg.
motion? Greg, sorry. Thank you, Greg. All right, any discussion? Okay.
Yeah, I think staff has largely addressed this in their description on page 262. As they say, funds are to be held until the legal situation is resolved. Also, staff must present a plan for board approval to make efficient use of space and consider potential uses in the way forward for Haven. I just asked Jenny, does that address your concern, or do you think you still you still want to make the motion? If you do, I'll vote for it, but I think that might address 99% of what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, how about the other 1%? No, I just felt, I actually wanted to add something on membership too, that there be some goals for membership, but I figured maybe we'll deal with that when they show us the plan. So I thought it was necessary.
All right, and no further discussion. All those in favor of the amendment?
Are you withdrawing the amendment?
I'm leaving it, yeah.
She's leaving it.
She's leaving it.
All those in favor of the amendment? Okay, I have Janet, Alan, Chow, Ginny, Greg, Nancy, Lynn, Andy. Opposed? Abstain?
Well, I abstain.
Sherry and Dick. All right.
Okay.
What point of information, I hadn't thought of this until just now, all these notes. When we're voting on the budget, are we tacitly or actually approving all the notes as well? I mean, or the notes just sort of commentary, and it's only the numbers that we're approving?
That's a good question.
You would be approving the notes as they describe the project, so nothing would happen outside of the scope of the project that would not come back to the board for approval if something were to come.
Legal point of view, I guess the word should be shall instead of must. So,
Okay, guys, I forgot. I need a motion to approve the 19 capital budget.
was that the
How about the 19 and the 20 capital
Wait a minute.
budget?
I have something I'd like to change.
No, I need a motion to get it.
Going.
We need to
Okay.
get it.
I move
I'm
that
sorry.
we approve it.
Yeah.
I second.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay, now, and then we'll just, Ginny's amendment's already going, so that's the 1920. Okay. Nancy,
I would like to take the money out of the lakefront, the design, the 100,000 for the design, and the 250 that would be in 20, I guess. Because until we know what we're doing, I don't think plans should be made for design, and no changes can be made there.
you point to the page in the budget you're talking about?
256.
Thank you.
I'm there for you, Nancy.
No problems.
Which year is it for?
Nancy, both 100,000 and 2,500,000.
Lakefront master plan design.
Yeah.
256?
Well, it's just the 19 you're talking about now.
If you
Master
want the
plan
detailed
design,
description, it's
100,000, 250 for
271.
20.
271 for the details.
So we're not just considering 19, we're considering 19 and 20?
Yeah, we're doing 19. No, we're doing 1920 because they're all tied together. I mean, it's just.
So, if we take it out, what we could do, if, say, next year we have a better idea of what's going on, we could put it back in.
Yeah, once we know what's happening, but we don't know yet.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, Nancy, did you say take it out of 19 and 20?
There's 100,000 in 19 and there's 250,000 in 20.
You take them both out?
Take them both out.
And that's because we don't know what's happening yet?
Yes.
All right.
Could
Did
we
you get
leave
who
it,
seconded it?
leave it in pending the board approval of? Or?
Who seconded Nancy's motion? Did anybody second? Sherry, okay. Milton.
The only thing we were going to do, and we've had this conversation with the board with the $100,000, we want to put an RFP on the street to hire a design firm. And the thing we said that once we have the design firm on, we would bring that company to a work session to get the board input and their thoughts about what they would like to see from a design point, not construction, from a design point of view on the lakefront. That's what the $100,000 was for.
I understand, but I still think it's premature.
Point of information. Didn't we
Sure.
have a presentation from a design
Yes.
firm?
That was a concept plan from a company that was working with Howard Hughes Corporation.
Right.
And we hired them to come up with just some concepts. What the
Okay,
$100,000 would be was actually come up with some designs.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is I think Nancy has a good point, that moving it to the next stage, I think would also be premature at this point because there are too many uncertainties out there and there are too many unknowns in terms of all of that project down at the lakefront.
I have a question.
Dick?
Milton, do you have any read at this point on when the Howard Hughes plan is going to get approved?
Well, it's going back for continuation to the planning board. I think it's on the
15th of March.
15th of March.
So I think Nancy has a very good point that, there's no point in our getting a design team in here, even to a work session, to get input until we know what Hughes is going to do.
Well, it was never, if I may, it was never intent. My only concern is that I didn't want Howard Hughes to go forward with their design and then construction, and we're still waiting to figure out what we want to do.
So if we hired a design firm,
And plus, the board has said to us all the time, all along, we want to make sure that the design that we want down there is what we want. Yes, we would like to be as compatible as possible to Howard Hughes, but I was told to not let Howard Hughes drive what we do on our property.
I agree. I agree. I'm just looking at the timing here, and I'm just, so let's say, do you think in March Hughes is going to get approval?
Well, basically, I don't know. They are in the final. It's a continuation from the last time, and it's going to be the decision of the planning board whether the Lake Corps designs will be approved.
Okay, and so you would expect that sometime this coming year they're going to.
I would say they're going to get some. There's going to be a vote, yes, because they're not tied to the county council's time frame when they have to stop considering.
So if we had a design firm, I'm just trying to get my hands around this. If we had a design team on deck, if we put out a request for a proposal, they would then take a look at the Hughes thing, and before the Hughes thing got too far along, we'd be deciding what we want to do, and maybe make objections or make suggestions, or how would that work?
Well, no, we wouldn't be objecting to what Howard Hughes is doing. We'd be.
But they want to put a staircase into our area, so
No, but they're not going to they're not going to be putting a staircase in our area.
Well, I mean, this is in the original plans. I'm just trying to think. Where's our leverage here? I mean, if we have a design firm, can we go back to them and have them reconsider something? I mean, what exactly is it that we do?
Have who reconsider something?
Hughes.
No, well, they're looking at this. They will be working on Howard Hughes's property, and we'll be working on CA's property.
Exactly, and they are right next to one another.
Yes, they are.
So, they could put a wall up, or they could put something or take something out. If we have a design firm, will we be able to react to that? Or
No, a design firm is just going to give us some sketches of what possibly can be done on CA's property on the lakefront, complementing the redevelopment.
With no reference to Hughes at all?
Well, they would have to look at the design guidelines approved for the lakefront.
Okay, I'm a little confused here.
Alan and Janet.
So if I understand it correctly,
What Hughes is going to get approved or not, but what's up is not their design for the lakefront, it's their design guidelines, is that correct?
Design guidelines for the entire lakefront,
if I
including our
understand-
property.
So if I understand design guidelines, they're like the dictionary that then whoever owns property can use to make designs. It's not, there's going to be a wall here and a building there and a staircase there and a whatever. if we're going to have walls, what might they kind of walls might they be like? If we're going to have staircases, what might they be like? If we're going to have streets, what might they be like? So my real hope was not that for me, it's not a we or Hughes. I wanted us to be working with them so that our input is seriously considered and in the process of their design guidelines as well as their design, and so that ultimately what Dick is talking about, which we're not at yet, we don't end up with them building a staircase that relied on us to build the staircase that meets it, but our staircase is 10 feet off kilter. So I'm not clear why we want designs. I can see why we want some ideas, but we need to know what the design guidelines are before we can come up with our ideas. So I guess I'm not clear whether we're talking, when you say designs, are you talking about design possibilities? Here's some ideas we have, or these are this is the menu of designs for you to choose from, board.
All I'm saying is that if hypothetically, if the design, the lakefront core design guidelines that are before the planning board are approved, those are the same ones that we would have to abide by as Howard Hughes was. Right. And so all I'm saying is that $100,000, we would hire a firm to come up with the designs on CA property in compliance with those guidelines that have been approved.
So my concern with that then is I would want them to be, if they are designs as versus design ideas, I'd want them to be done in conjunction with and knowledge of what Hughes is doing, not just what the guidelines are, so that the two properties which are next to each other end up being not just compatible but mutually beneficial to each other.
We can do that, but also I was trying to respond to where some of the board members have been telling me we want to make sure we do what CA wants to do on this property.
And also we're spending a lot of time on $100,000. Janet.
I just wanted to understand how far along you'd want us to be. When you say like we're not far enough along, do you mean CA or do you mean the waterfront development? And I'd like to understand how, where you think it should be before we engage in that process.
I think I'm concerned about the impact of these 15-story condos on the accessibility and ability of residents to be able to use the lakefront, how real this is going to be, and that's why I'm reluctant to spend any of CA's money for this until we know that it is going to be equally as accessible as it is now. Otherwise, why would we put more money into this particular area? That's my concern.
Ginny.
Oh, now that I understand what Nancy's saying, you see it's a good possibility we won't do anything.
I think it's possible. I think based on, because there's going to be major changes there, and I think that the lakefront is going to be changed dramatically. And until we know what changes are going to come to this area, I don't think it makes sense to put more money into it.
It seems like if we kept, I don't know why we'd be taking the $250,000 out. That's sort of a placeholder anyway. It's not going to be spent in FY20 now. But the $100,000, if we kept it in and did the RFP and got the architects or firm on board, then we don't have to start paying them right away. They don't have to start moving right away. They just know they got a contract and we know we have a company that will work with us. Then when the time's right, within the next year, we could possibly start moving, as opposed to if there's no money there, we lose a whole year. And if there's no money in FY20, we lose that. If in fact everything's working fine and we have a chance to really improve the lakefront and, really have great attraction for CA, we would have lost that opportunity is sort of where I'm coming from.
Okay, next was.
I hear Ginny, and I guess what we're trying to figure out is when does the meter start to tick? And
when we tell it to, I guess.
Yeah. So we put the money aside, we hire a firm, but the meter doesn't start until we tell them that we want to.
Well, all I'm trying to do is position us is that, as I said, something's going to be proven for the design guidelines for the lakefront. And all I'm saying is that once they are approved, that's what we as CA, along with Howard Hughes, have to come up with our designs based on or comply with.
Now, are we involved in the process of figuring out what these guidelines are going to be for the lake?
Right now they're before the planning board. We came to the board with an update of the process, but we're not involved in that process.
So the board is, the county right now.
The planning board.
The planning board is, and Hughes is not in there leaning on them or anything like
Well, Howard Hughes is there
It's
because
their program, it's their plan.
they're going through the process, providing testimony and.
Yeah. Okay, well, I guess what I'm asking is, they're going to be making these guidelines.
They already have made the guidelines.
The guidelines, we do have guidelines.
They proposed them, they need to be approved by the planning board.
Yes.
And we're happy with those guidelines.
Well, that's neither here nor there. The plans are going to change dramatically
Well,
right now.
And
what
we
is
apparently
at the
are
lake.
because we decided not to weigh in opposing the extension of Wynkoop. We decided not to weigh in on opposing the building height restrictions. So apparently we are okay with them as a board.
So I guess what we're saying is that sometime in the coming year, we should have a design firm standing by to help us develop a design.
That's my recommendation because I do believe that there are going to be some design guidelines for the lakefront core, and hypothetically, if we want to do something on our property based on those guidelines, we're going to need some designs.
Sure.
All right, so I'm, again, in terms of timeline, Howard Hughes is driving this process for themselves.
Right.
They have not brought us into this discussion about guidelines. They are moving ahead with what they want to accomplish. CA has already put in an enormous amount as far as, well, it wasn't an enormous amount, but there was a lot of time and effort into completing the walk around Lake Kinnamakundi, which has been very, very successful. I don't think anybody doubts that. My concern is, why do we have to do anything? Whatever Howard Hughes is able to get going in the lakefront is certainly going to take more than 2 years. And you can't have two sets of construction going on at the same time anyway. If some of those buildings get moved and if parking spaces are lost and all the rest of it, we don't even know what the implications are going to be for the lakefront. So I think trying to hire a design firm which moves things along, which is a statement by us that, yeah, we're designing something, I don't think we're going to be ready to do that yet. Not for 2 years, for sure. I think it's going to come up maybe the next round. But I don't think we need to hire anybody to do that since we've already had a presentation. We've had some concept ideas. The board can certainly be talking about those as these sets of developments from the Howard Hughes projects come through. But that's where the board is going to be in terms of strategic planning. Nowhere near ready to get into actual design or construction.
So I would say that the thing that concerns me the most about trying to design right now is there was a new road going bordering our property. Okay, and I mean, we know there's going to be a road there, but we really don't know what the road looks like, what the impact is on our property, and so part of me says that's a key component. That's going to be a key component of how we react to the lakefront plaza. I mean, sometimes we think, and I do, down by the lake, and we're looking at that, but also the fact that this road impacts the upper area, and I don't know if, based on what that road looks like, we may decide that we want to do something different, provide maybe some screening. I don't know, maybe do something a little different. And so I think that concerns me the biggest part, because until we know about that road, it's a little tough to figure out what to do. And by the way, all those trees go. And remember that. Okay, all those trees go. And so it's like, well, I consider that kind of like part of the lakefront view. The 15-story buildings sit back. I mean, they will have an impact, on the use of the lake.
But the people.
Right.
A lot of people.
But the road has a direct impact could have a direct impact on our property, which is what concerns me the most, and which kind of makes me hesitant about hiring a design firm right now until we kind of know what the road looks like. Janet.
Can I propose a friendly amendment that we just shift it out a year and put nothing next year and 100,000 the year after that? Because I do think 2 years is a long time to hold off, and I hear what all of you are saying, and I think, to your point, the road could impact how we decide to manage and handle that. But I think a year out, Howard Hughes will be far enough down that design road that we'll understand what their plans are. And if not, I mean, there's nothing saying we have to spend that money in 2020, but if, I hesitate to take it all out because I'm concerned that we are going to be too far behind, but I totally hear what you're saying about, next year maybe being too early.
Would you accept that?
I could accept it, but I don't understand what the problem is with being behind. Because the lakefront, it's not a mess. I mean, it's livable. So that's why I don't see what the rush is to keep up with the Joneses or Howard Hughes. I think we should let them do their thing, and then we see how it all lays out, and we know what we're talking about. I don't mind putting 100,000 in reserve for FY20, and then we can decide in FY19 if we want to continue with that 100,000 in reserve. That's an easy one. But I don't know why we have this rush that we need to keep up with them, because I don't see that as an issue.
So would you basically accept the motion?
I'll
Simply
accept the
delay
motion.
take out the 250 and put 100,000 in 20.
That's fine with me.
All right. And so, all right, figure this out. Any other discussion on that motion? All those in favor? So remember, it's basically shifting 100,000 from 19 to 20 and dropping the 250. Okay, unanimous.
Hey. So we all get a
Whoa.
raise of 250,000.
Have a big party. Party in 20.
Ginny.
Yeah.
Maybe if we take a 5-minute break since.
Oh, yes.
All right, 5-minute break, and then we're coming back. We will reconvene here.
Mark, we can talk later, but without the phase-in, it's going to pretty
So,
okay.
We're still on the the capital budgets for 19 and 20. So, are there any more amendments? Ginny?
Yeah, I have two quick ones. One, now that we just saved $100,000 in FY19, I'd like to have that money switched to the ice rink, because there still is this issue of the bathrooms, privacy, lack of showers, etc. So I'm just moving that we move that to more renovations of the ice rink.
I'll second
that. For FY19.
I'm gonna look at that money too.
What?
I'm gonna look at that $250.
He was thinking of using that money too. So, there might be a little.
Yeah, I got it. No, I may not have it. That's it. That's the whole comment. It's real quick.
Okay, so Ginny moved and Dick seconded to put $100K in the ice rink for fiscal year 19.
Not all of it to be spent if it's not needed. It can be returned to us, but.
Was it going to pay for what you want to do?
There's 100 there, and I hope so. But we were can't get any more. You only saved 100,000 so far, so there'll be a good start on the showers, the privacy issue with. Which they went over and looked at, and having showers where they should be in the bathrooms, just that issue.
But we don't have any cost estimates on it.
You'll get them. You'll get them.
No, we do not.
Project, or is this money
No,
added to
it's added to the renovations. Actually, if you read the ice rink, it's renovations that are needed, and this happens to be some of the renovations that are needed. They need a lot more money than what's in here, if that's what you're asking.
270. You can read what the what the
I mean, they
current
need
ice rink.
a lot more money than what is in the budget. So, I'm just adding 100,000. That's all.
But I think the answer to Greg's question is we do not have any cost estimates.
Well, you have a facility study that was done a year ago, 2 years ago, that lists a whole bunch of stuff that's needed, and you don't have the money to do all the things that are needed. If that's your question.
Dennis?
Dennis is.
$100,000, you could definitely make some incidental improvements, but the kind of improvements that would make a difference in the locker room would either be expansion or reorienting those locker rooms, which would involve a lot more money. Certainly, the $100,000 would be spent there and upgrade flooring and some other aesthetic issues, but probably wouldn't make a difference in the structure in the locker rooms at this time.
So that kind of concerns me in the sense that if okay, it's nice that we make some cosmetic improvements, but if the real issue is the restroom, we don't have enough money.
Well, the flooring actually is an issue, and that you do need money for that.
That's in here.
You know, the rubber flooring you're supposed to have.
It's
you
in
don't.
here.
You don't have the rubber flooring.
But that's
all
in
over.
here.
It's in.
That's in the
Yeah.
budget already.
Well, I thought Dan was going, and Dennis, when you went out, you were going to use some money from Cat 2 or some other Cat 3 or whatever you guys call it, to start doing something with the restrooms to deal with the privacy issue. The email you sent me, what?
We are. But you're talking about the flooring, which is what the 107 is for in FY19.
No, I'm talking about you recognize that there is.
We're changing a door, and we're working on that now.
And actually, that's done.
Done? Okay. All right. I'm just trying to get some more money for your ice rink, guys.
Do you want to go ahead with this, or you want to withdraw now?
No, I'll go ahead. Everybody else goes ahead with their emails. Why not?
All right, any further discussion?
Let's have another break.
All those in favor of the motion? Ginny and Chow. Oh.
Thank you. One. Okay.
Wait. I have to. Sorry. All those opposed. Lynn, Greg, Sherry, Nancy, Dick, Andy. Abstain. Janet and Alan. You guys are making it difficult.
We're keeping you awake, Andy.
I have one last amendment, and then I'm quitting. This deals with.
Promise.
You can hold me to it, okay?
Okay.
This deals with the Columbia Horse Center. You know, I've been raising the issue of whether, in fact, CA should be responsible for housing. This budget is proposing to construct housing. I sent an email, I have not received an answer yet, about whether it's, since it's open, I got an email back saying it was open space in Newtown zoning. I asked if it was legally possible to actually build residential facilities on open space. I have not gotten an answer back. I think that's, what?
The SDP specifically says that you can build up to 3 residential properties on that lot.
On that lot? Because,
It goes along with agricultural use.
but that's open space in Newtown, right?
But the SDP specifically says you can build 3 residential structures.
You can.
Yes, you can.
Okay. The second thing, when we started this conversation, I was told that CA, and you were all here, was responsible for providing housing on site for the workers. I asked for the contract, I read the contract, and there's nothing in the contract that requires that. In fact, the only part here is make major, I never did get to see the contract, by the way, but they sort of Xeroxed little sections of it. But the one part that says what CA's responsibility is, make major repairs and maintenance of all structures, excluding painting. So they're using the fact that the trailers need to be, I guess, replaced as the justification for, you know, they're not going to repair those, but therefore they'll build new housing. And I don't think it's, so that makes me mad that we were being told a couple of weeks ago that CA in the contract was legally responsible for providing housing. That is not true from what I'm reading. And I I'd like to be corrected if I'm wrong, but that bothers me. So we are not legally, from what I can see, responsible for providing housing, okay? I think we should say that the person renting the property and has a business there is the one that is actually responsible for providing anything his workers need. We are not doing that. We should simply be renting the property to somebody that we think should be running it. They're running it. It's their, all the expenses are their responsibility. We actually do a lot more in terms of some maintenance, et cetera. So I'm recommending that we delete the funding for residential development at the Columbia Horse Center for FY19.
Which is how much out of the 365?
I have no idea. No, I'm serious. I have no idea of what it would cost.
I second.
It's $350,000. I have no idea of how much it would cost, or it could be. Yeah, tenant housing is in the first part. CS Horse Center, $350,000. I guess it depends on how nice the houses are.
I second.
Yeah, okay, Charles seconded. Dennis, you were.
So what I'd like to say is in terms of the residential housing, when CA leased the facility, those two house trailers were there, and they were part of the lease agreement. So if we were not to have housing, we would I guess we would have to change the lease arrangement with the tenant, because he bought into the property understanding that housing was provided. So just like we have rings and bathrooms, that came with the facility. Now, when I toured Horse Center facilities, it was pretty standard to have housing as part of those facilities, because you have to have someone on site 24/7. And when you negotiate the lease with whomever's going to come in, that's part of the deal. It adds more value to the lease or to the CA in terms of what we'll get out of it. So we're not really giving it away, and long term, it's an asset to the Columbia Association. But it was part of the original lease agreement when we made that deal.
You mean the trailers were there,
That's
and
correct.
they
The
used
trailers
them
were
as
there.
housing. It wasn't in anything in the contract that says CA is obligated to provide housing, correct?
It didn't say that, but it doesn't say we're obligated to have rings or bathrooms, or it doesn't say that. It's
Okay.
silent.
All right. I don't want to beat this to death, guys. That's how I feel about it, whatever.
Dead horse.
Are we replacing the trailers?
The idea was modular housing.
Modular housing, is that
Yes.
Okay.
It could be
Does
expensive.
it look like trailers, or they?
They look like housing, so they're not. It's not. I'd say it's not double wide.
Some of them.
Alan and then Chow. Alan?
Yeah, Susan, you told us this before, because I know I've asked it. How much, give or take, don't need an exact amount, does the Horse Center bring us in each year, or does it cost us each year?
You can talk amongst yourselves and I'll look it up and tell you what page it's on. It's page 123. It brings us very little and it costs relatively little as well.
How much is our profit or loss on it?
Including the depreciation, it would be $135,000 loss in 2019.
Loss each year. So we already subsidize it to that extent, would be one way to look at it.
Well, if you look in previous years, it was $31,000 of loss. So
Okay, but it's not so now we're talking about sinking $700,000 more into that property to continue losing money each year. So the question for us, I guess, is it worth that benefit to us to keep that facility going in the way it's going?
Chow. And then Shard.
So Dennis, I have another question is, if we build a modular house, how long it will last?
How long will what?
The house will last.
Will last? Actually, indefinitely. You replace the roof once in a while, put new windows in every 30 or 40 years.
How much to change the roof and the windows?
It's like any house.
How much will change?
How much does it cost to change the roof and the windows every 4 years?
Every 40,
40 years.
25 or 30 years.
Okay.
It's just like a regular house, like your house.
Oh.
So every 25 or 30 years, depending on the size of it.
So it's like a trailer in the public school?
No, these look like houses. So it's a modular home. It's a factory built, then brought on site and assembled.
Shard. And then Nancy.
I was going to say that, the thing about the Horse Center, and I think we certainly could have a more extensive conversation about this, when CA first decided to turn it over and have this kind of lease, there was a lot of extensive discussion about that, and it seems to have worked out pretty well, except for the fact that there's a lot of repair that needs to be done. Now, one of the things that possibly offsets this modular housing can be if you are replacing the roofing where the horses are, all of that could be solar panels. Then it, in effect, becomes a solar farm. And that is a real advantage, number one. But the thing with the housing is I've been out there. I have looked at what's there right now. It's pretty awful. And it is a liability which would make it impossible for us to sell. It's the kind of thing that I really think we have to do something in the same way that you have to do something with a roof that's leaking, and you have to get something into a condition where it even would become saleable. So, I'm not opposed to looking at all of the bits and pieces here to see if we can, eliminate some things or talk about what options would be. But I really think that housing has to be done. It makes me feel bad. It makes CA look terrible.
Nancy and then Greg.
No, I'm
All right,
she pretty
Greg.
much covered it.
There's $1 million in the budget for the horse center in 19 and 20, correct?
I think so.
I mean, so is Alan right? We're going to spend $1 million to continue losing between $30,000 and $100,000 a year?
But as Sherry said, you can't sell it unless you.
Is there even a market for? I mean, we don't even. Is there really a
can't
market
sell the
for
land. We remove the trailers and sell the land.
The land has the value. It's not the.
land has the value.
the
You're right.
that's what they say.
85 acres, isn't it?
We can build a school.
What I'm saying is, we could. Yeah, we could. Fixing it up as a horse center.
Right, turn it over to Karen.
Jenny, if you don't mind, and Chow, fixing up as a horse center doesn't add sale value to it, in my view, unless somebody does a study and says, yeah, we can. There's a market out there for horse property, and we get that back. It's, I'm just not convinced we would as a horse center. It definitely has value as land in Howard County.
We don't know.
Sorry, Sherry. I'm sorry.
Please keep in mind that, as Dennis said, the property is identified as Newtown open space, and there are serious limitations to what any owner of the property other than CA can do with open space. So when you say we can just sell it, there are some real questions about what a purchaser would be able to do with it.
Well, just back, my original point is just this idea. I have a sort of visceral problem with spending $1 million to continue losing 30 or 50 or that whatever it is a year. I just don't understand that.
It's a similar. I think you have to decide whether
Yes.
CA is doing. It wants to have a horse center for the community and what the usage is. But I mean, we're investing.
We do it for pools, is what you're going to
Well,
say. You're right.
no, I was going to say village centers. We do it for village centers. We do it for pools. We do it for a lot of things that don't return. And we invest a great deal on the operating side in community programs that don't have a return. And it's just, you have to decide if that's what you want.
Milton?
Well, if the board remembers the original report, remember we got a consultant look at that, and that figure was much higher. I know, I'm not going to get the figure. That figure was much higher, and what we came down to is that what we could do at a minimum, because and Sherry helped me with this, the current lease expires in 2020. So our focus is on keep from embarrassing ourselves or have the health department or someone show up on us. What could we do to get us to 2020 and then decide what our next steps would be?
Yeah, I mean, I believe the guidance was, I mean, what's in here is minimal upkeep, what needs to be fixed.
$1 million isn't minimal.
Yeah, well, no, but that's what, unfortunately, yeah.
Did we look at replacing trailers with more trailers?
We looked at as an institutional owner and with long-term expenses, we thought modular housing would be the most cost-efficient in the long term. It's really a philosophical question about whether or not you want to have a horse center. And I hesitate to add this, but there's already $1 million that was approved for roofing. So, Greg, you said there's $1 million here. There's another $1 million in roofing that was approved in prior years.
Who did that?
It was some other board. But it's a philosophical question. Do you want to have a horse center? You know, and we lose money at the horse center. We lose money at the outdoor pools. We have, and I shouldn't say lose money. It's where you want to spend the community's money. At the horse center, at the outdoor pools, at the ice rink, there are a lot of places in Columbia. There are a lot of needs for capital, and really, this is the minimum that you can do. If you went and looked at those restrooms, and we toured the facilities, you wouldn't go in. You would send your kids home.
That's your horse center.
So one question: if we build the house and they will not renew their contract in 2020, how much do we lose per year? If
We'd find someone else. There would be
but
someone
if they
else.
can keep it empty, how much do we lose per year?
If they don't renew their contract, they're in for, I think, I don't run that, but I think their deal is like $25,000 a year is what they pay directly to CA. Susan, do you know what the?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think it's 50 actually.
Oh, it's 50. Okay, so it's $50,000, but I'm not involved in that end of it.
Alan, this is again one of those larger philosophical decisions. Do we have any back of the envelope? I mean, Ginny handed me a piece of paper with usage of the horse farm. So one of the ways I think that we can make these kinds of, one criteria is like, how much are we investing per resident or per use? So if we're, you know, and I know the number isn't this, but if we're spending $50,000 a year, $100,000 a year for one person, I know it's not one, that's a lot more than, you know, $10 a use or a person. Do we have any sense of, like, on a either per person or per use basis, how much how much having a horse facility we have to invest?
I haven't done that, so I could get the usage from the that Michelle got from the tenant, and we can calculate that.
How long would it take to provide that information? Days?
A couple days probably.
I saw that information
The
in
cost
some
per
document, and so I think it exists. I just don't offhand remember what the numbers were, but there did seem to be quite a bit of
usage figures
usage.
exist. Michelle had gathered those
I know,
at
we
some
gave
point.
them to, Ginny's got them in her hand right there.
Right.
So.
Jenny,
So,
if we
you just have to
do a
do the
little
math.
division. Jenny.
Yeah, just one other fact. There are 36 boarders, I assume they mean horses, of which 19 are Columbia residents and 17 are non-residents. I
Those
assume,
horses
again, we're
pay
talking about
for-
horses. What?
Do those horses pay the assessment fee?
19 are Columbia horses and 17 are non-Columbia. CA resident pays a lower fee than the non-resident. Full board costs approximately $600 per month. I don't know if that means that's the CA rate or whatever, or non-rate, it's not clear.
But
So
they
that's-
mentioned a lot of visits, and
What?
they did mention a lot of visits, and I think they mentioned
Yeah, I'm just
events.
wondering how many horses were actually there, and it's 39.
Well, Sherry's saying it's more than that. What's the
I-
real
I-
deal?
Yeah, I thought it was more
CA
than that.
memo.
I thought there
That's
were
boarding.
over 80.
Those
and
are
that was-
horses that are boarded. You have to consider the horses that belong to the actual, to the horse center, that belong to the guy who's running the horse center.
But
He's
the
got,
resident horses is versus.
right, because he has to, remember, this is like, there are lessons and everything out there, so it's not just people bringing their horses there to, to sleep.
We need to
It's,
rein in
it's
this discussion.
all the horses that are needed in order to provide all
Okay.
these lessons.
Okay. Right question. I
Rival
asked-
your enthusiasm there.
I vote.
Let's,
At any rate, let's move on.
Yeah, so I mean, so the motion is to basically delete the tenant housing from the horse center. I mean, what I would say is it was part of the property when we signed the lease. It's our responsibility, really, to fix that. And it's in pretty bad shape. Just like a bunch of the other things. It's one of those buildings that we just kind of let slip, and now we're faced with maintenance costs.
So I'd like to call the question. All those in favor of Ginny's motion, which is delete the tenant housing from the Horse Center for fiscal year 2019. All those opposed? Okay, Ginny was in favor. Opposed, Janet, Alan, Lynn, Greg, Sherry, Nancy, Dick, Andy. Abstain. Chow.
While we're on this, Andy, and I know I'm breaking into Ginny's motions, but I move that we essentially remove all Horse Center capital spending until we get more information from staff on things like usage and who we're serving and things like that, to compare this to our other amenities to see whether it makes sense making the kinds of capital expenditures that we're talking about.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Alan?
I just need to know what that means in practical terms. When we say remove the money, does that mean it's like the money we removed for the, whatever it was, we removed the 100,000 for, and now it's available for something else? Or does it mean we agree not to spend it until we get that information, but we leave it as a line item in the budget?
It means it's out of the budget until it comes back in.
How would that happen?
I don't know, but it would be out of the. I'm saying it's out of the budget.
Could you put it in a lockbox sort of thing where it can't get spent until a certain time?
No. Greg's motion is to remove the money.
Okay. And that you're including the roofing money and.
That's already been approved. I think he's right. It's already a done deal. Well, maybe not a done deal. I don't know. Either way, my motion is only what's in the budget before us.
So to delete the Horse Center money.
Sherry, sorry.
Without getting into detail, because that would require a closed session, I just want to point out that there are legal consequences to taking the action that Greg is making a motion to take.
Greg, would you consider an amendment that would say you're leaving the money in the budget, but that it's not to be used until the board gets more information on whether, what exactly is happening in the horse farm and whether it's worth really keeping a horse farm or considering other options for that property?
Just from what I'm hearing, it seems like it should be the way I'm proposing. You shouldn't be, in my view, from what I've heard, we shouldn't be spending another $1 million to lose money for a amenity that serves so few of our residents.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment to remove the Horse Center funds for fiscal year 19 and 20? Great. All those opposed? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Greg? Chow? Ginny? Opposed. Janet, Lynn, Sherry, Nancy, Dick, Alan, Andy. Sorry. I figured you already abstain, right? Yeah, sorry. Alan was abstaining.
Is that a firm abstainment?
Well, it wasn't your abstaining from abstaining previously, but
I'm an abstinence kind of guy.
Okay. All right. I'll call the question then on.
Well.
Oh, sorry. Great. You have more?
I do have more things.
I have a motion.
Okay. Well, Greg has some motions. So.
Okay. My first move that we remove the funding for the Harper's Farm Road overpass from the budget.
Okay. Wait just a second.
Second.
Okay. Remove funding for overpass. Discussion.
Now, when you say funding, that would be for either demolition or for repairs?
Money for demolition.
What would?
Well, right now, the proposal in the budget is $175,000 for repair.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying remove that. What my basis is this. I wish I could put it up on the screen, but if you get out your Google Maps, Or even better, you walk out to the intersection of Harper's Farm Road, Cedar Lane, and you see the way this is set up. You see how the crosswalk across Cedar Lane is about, 30 feet from the beginning of this ramp that takes you in the wrong direction away from the village center. Like, I'm here at sort of Harper House or whatever. Village center is over where Ginny is. Instead of taking the crosswalk across Cedar Lane, then across Harper's Farm to go to the village center, the McDonald's, the Dunkin' Donuts, everything else, I'm now going to go West Young Man or whatever it is.
Halfway to Wild Lake.
Yeah, and then go over this ramp, and then back. It takes you, behind. What's your Slayton House?
Taylor Hall.
Keller Hall.
It doesn't go all the way to Slayton.
Okay.
House. It doesn't go that
What
way.
I'm saying is, this thing is. It's not a convenient way to cross. That's why very, very few people use this thing. As I understand, it was put there as a safety issue. Well, we are not in the business of helping people safely cross roads. That's a county issue. And so my choice would be, if this is truly structurally unsafe, put a barrier in front of it and alert the county that it's got a safety issue. And if the county goes out and it decides that it needs to do something, right now there's a crosswalk across Cedar Lane, there's a crosswalk across Harper's Farm with a median in the middle, and maybe that median wasn't there when they put this thing up. Maybe Harper's Farm is more of a speedway, I don't know. But have the county look at that, and if the county needs to make a change to that, that's fine. But again, this to me is not our responsibility. I'd rather just see us barricade this thing and let the county do its job.
Okay, my question was going to be, were you going to say instead of repairing it, we should demolish it? But it sounds to me like you're saying instead of repairing it, we should put some barriers up and have the county, and tell the county we're giving it up, or, I mean, what's the...
It's their problem.
Sherry, can we give the county this overpass?
Only if the county is willing to accept it.
Just
We
put it on
can't
their
just,
doorstep
we
in the middle
can't
of the
just
night
like
and run
foist
away.
it on them, no.
Put it in a birthday.
Yeah, really, that doesn't quite work like that.
Can't we go to the fire station and just put it up? Ask any questions?
Al and then Milton.
I think if we can close the road, I definitely agree with Greg. Can we close that bridge? And,
Close the bridge.
yeah, can we close it?
That's what he said.
So,
Milton and
Sherry, can we close the bridge?
Off the top of my head, I'm loath to give you an answer. My guess is that probably yes, we can, but I don't quite know for what purposes that bridge is used. And I understand what Greg is saying about it's not very convenient, but I would think that when it was first built, there was some purpose to it, and that it was intended to take people from one location to another location. So we'd have to look at it.
Milton, and then Al, and then Dick.
For me, I'd rather for the board. I'm not going to sit here and say yes, we should repair that. But I do believe it's not in our best interest to just put a barricade up and say we're not going to do anything. I'd rather for the board to make the decision, put the dollars in the budget to tear it down, and we start the public notice process and get rid of it, as opposed to just let it sit there and continue to deteriorate.
Well, what I'm worried about, Mel, is if we put money in the budget to tear it down, we have.
Yeah.
Wow.
Alan's.
My understanding, and I did check with my board, I think I mentioned this some meeting ago, is that yes, the kids got hurt, and that was why, whether the meeting was there or not, I mean, I get that. I absolutely agree. It's a horribly configured. It may be what they had to do for wheelchair accessibility and so on. But that's what it is. My dual concern about closing it off is the eyesore and the potential liability of that if somebody jumps the barricade or whatever, how much are we liable, and then something happens. Also, if we do that and simply let it continue to deteriorate, does the county then turn and say, you've now created a mess, it's our bridge, you need to demolish it, and then it may cost more at that time to demolish it. We're not in a good situation with that. Neither, it's not the bridge I would want to fix, but it's the bridge we have, and I really don't know. I get different views.
it's certainly not hugely traveled, but I get different views from people who are there at different times who say whether people do or don't use it. So it does get some use, I know that.
Dick and then Greg.
I was going to say, since it's Alan's village, I was going to let him decide. But since he's totally waffled on this,
Diego. I'm going to.
Great.
I was just saying, I was just hearing what Milton says. Hey, let's make a decision on this. Are we going to keep it? And if we are, let's repair it. If we're not, let's put money in the budget to tear it down. My only concern is I still feel there may be some way to work with the county to resolve this. If we put money in the budget to tear it down, and the county finds out about that, I mean, they're going to say, yeah, go ahead, do it, and of course we may still have very little leverage as it is, but that's my only hesitation. I'd still like to leave that option open to some long-term resolution, a bigger resolution that involves the county paying to at least part of taking this down, which, again, I think a county, in many ways, this is a county, we did the county's work by putting this up. We did.
Lynn.
Wow. Again, I would really be concerned about the liability issues on that. Doing something like that, closing it with no plan, just seems irresponsible. And hoping that the county will pay for it's not a plan yet. I think we should repair it and then look at long-term what the options are.
Selling it?
Actually demolish. Right. We'll put a horse on it. What our other options are in terms of, I know the demolition was, as I remember, quite expensive.
750.
Right. So, again, but let's just do it with a plan.
Yeah.
All right. Any other discussion? Alan?
Yeah, I don't think the county ever cares if we have money in our budget to do something if they think we need to do it. So I'm not clear that that's going to wash one way or the other. I am very sympathetic to this as a county thing, and I would love, I don't know, maybe I think you all have talked about approaching them before. I don't know whether we've also approached them before on things and then gone back and gotten a better answer. So, but often what they require, like with the ponds, is get it up to shape and then we'll take it over. So if that's at all a precedent, then that's it. It was a legal question I was going to ask you, but I've lost it. I'll come back.
Yeah, I think this is an example of whether CA should be in the business of overpasses or not, like we dealt with ponds. And I don't think we should just look at this bridge overpass. I think we should be looking at all of them, meeting with the county and saying, we're considering being out of this business. Which ones do you really feel are essential for traffic safety? And if you think they are, let's work out a plan where you take them over. The ones, and I don't think this is going to be one of them, quite frankly. I don't think they consider this essential. I think we've gotten that feedback already from the county. But the others, there may be one or two they think are essential. Well then, okay, you take it over. I know it could take maybe time before they take it over, like they're doing with the ponds, but we could end this business of which overpasses do we need to continue to fund. Because I don't think it's CA's responsibility. I think that's a traffic safety. Traffic safety is the county.
Okay.
So if we don't get started, guys, every board is going to be talking about this, only it's going to be another bridge in another couple of years.
All right, I'd like to call
That's
the
it.
question.
I remember my legal question. I think it's relevant and important to this. It's both legal and condition. If we decided not to repair it this year, or next year, whatever year this money is in there for, is the from both a legal and structural, and they work together here, point of view, are we in significant liability that, this is like somebody's about to get hurt and we are amping up our liability? Or is this, no, it's in its dotage as many of us are, and is at some point going to fail, but not in 2019?
It's not in imminent danger of collapse by any means, but it does need repairs. and putting them off, it's one of those things where is it 6 months from now that's a problem, or is it 9 months, or is it a year? And we can't get that by putting money in doing work, getting ahead of it, so to speak.
Do you think it's that kind of time frame? Not is it 1 year, 10 year, 5 years, 10 years?
No, it's not 1 year, 2 year, 5 years.
All right,
I have
let's,
one question.
Dick.
This one. Dennis, I've seen this structure, and it's a weird looking thing. It doesn't seem to be falling apart. What is it that is wrong with it? Are chunks going to fall down on cars? Are people going to fall through the thing? I mean, what is the damage?
The damage is basically chunks falling off the understructure.
Okay, on the
And
car.
we've had that happen on the other
Okay,
overpasses.
and so
No one's
that's-
gotten hurt, they haven't hit a car, but it's mostly at the.
It could kill people, basically.
Oh,
11 o'clock.
It's 11, it's our building managers, the security system.
And so most of the problem occurs at the connection points with the structure on either side of the road, on the underside.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you from a legal perspective, we definitely don't want chunks of the bridge falling on people or cars.
That might not be a
Seems
good
like a
thing.
bad idea.
That happens to be the whole United States highway system
Yes,
and
okay.
transportation system.
Okay.
So.
But
All right,
the
let's,
question then is, do we tear it down or do we fix it? Is that, what's the motion?
My
The motion right now is to take the money out.
Is to remove it.
Right.
Now, if you want to make a motion, if this passes, if you want to make a motion to add money in to tear it down, you can do that.
Are you assuming no cost to put up this barricade to keep people from?
I'm assuming minimal cost to barricade this.
But the barricade isn't the problem. It's not people crossing it that's the problem. It's cars going under it that's the problem. So the barricade wouldn't really have any effect at all.
I think you said that was by the columns, right?
Long term, it would be both. 6, 9 months, 12 months, it would be both of those issues. You wouldn't want people going across the bridge.
All right, let's call the question. The motion is to remove the funding for the Harper's Choice overpass from the 2019 capital budget. All those in favor? That's Andy, Ginny, Greg. All those opposed? Janet, Alan, Chow, Lynn, Sherry, Dick, and Nancy. Okay, Greg, next.
I move that we add 300. How much? What's the price tag to take it down?
$750.
It went up.
$750.
It went up while we were sitting here.
Man, hey, inflation. Well, okay. I guess it's about about 525. We add $525,000 to the budget to take down the Harper's Farm Road overpass.
Well, I mean, you saved $100,000 on the other thing, so you could throw that in.
Well, I did.
We should push it to next year.
Susan.
That's operating dollars to take it down, not capital.
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah.
not creating an asset. It's
That's what we talked about the last time.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's another thing. It's operating because it's not an asset. We talked about that a month ago or something when I raised this. But my understanding from staff is that some of the cost will be for the police controlling traffic, et cetera. Maybe that is something we could. Is that correct? Maybe. Okay. Maybe that's something.
Take the bridge, the overpass down, that overpass as well as the other two, and that was by far the most expensive because it's the widest.
Because what?
There's also a lot of structure on either side of the road that has to come out as well.
Okay, but was some of that traffic control?
There would be traffic control for the demo, sure, yes.
Okay, what I'm trying to get at is, could the county help with that portion of the expense?
They wouldn't normally, that'd be.
I know normally, but what I'm saying is we should be trying to approach the county and hey.
Well, I think actually the bigger issue is if it's operating.
Yeah, it is operating.
I just ask something. I mean, maybe it's 11 something. What does the board want to do with this damn bridge? You want to repair it and let it keep going, or do you want to take it down? Because if you want to just let it keep going, that's fine. We don't need to discuss it anymore.
I think we can take it
Well,
down.
the vote was basically just keep it because it said repair, keep the funds in.
I think we can take it down.
Right.
Then take it
The
down.
problem is the net present value of $750,000 is, it repairs it for the next 25 years. So it's a question, like, no, I don't want the bridge. I think it's dumb, but, you know, I'm trying to look at the most cost-effective way to manage it, and.
Right, I mean, I gotta agree with Jen in the sense that not only does it pay for like the next 25 years, but it pays for it out of that capital budget and not the operating budget. And finding 700,000, even if we have to find 600,000, is a lot of money in the operating.
It also may just buy us enough time to have the discussions with the county to say, let's repair it this one day. But again, it's having the discussion of, do we want to be in the bridge business? If we don't, what's our long-term strategy for getting out of the bridge business is a worthwhile discussion to have. But to do it just as to do the pond discussion on the back of any one pond didn't make sense. To do the bridge discussion on the back of any one bridge doesn't make sense.
I also say we have tunnels out there too.
Yeah, we have tunnels.
You know, so let's not forget that. I mean, so that's sort of the same thing.
Great. Got any other? I'm sure you do.
Appreciate your confidence, Anthony.
Well, I kind of have a little cheat list that I kind of went down.
We're still in the capital budget.
Yes, still in the capital budget.
Well, did your prior motion swallow up my motion to add $50,000 to purchase a van to transport seniors to and from our sport and fitness facilities?
Was it in one of your points on that one email?
It was on the sheet. That you
It
sent
did.
us.
I mean, I think it was just the last.
Okay.
Yeah, I just sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only other, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Really?
Don't tempt me, Andy.
Okay. All right. I guess wrong. Ciao.
Okay.
You get the last one. All right.
There'll be others.
So for the village sign replacement, I want to put that $20,000 $50,000 to 2019 and put more money in 2020. I think we got some money from that design, right?
What page you on, John?
Let me see.
I know what you're talking about.
What page?
271, I think.
Well, that's where the discussion is.
Oh, 256 and 271.
What was the thing? 130.
Sign replacement.
Right.
Three-quarters of the way down, page 250.
Yeah, I think it just take too long to replace all the signs. Take 10 years to have one cycle. Doesn't make any sense. We should shorten that period to 5 years, even shorter, and make a nice presentation of the city of Columbia. So.
How much are you putting in there?
Put the 2020, that 50,000 to 2019, right? And there are two.
So you want to add 50,000 to the
To 2020.
to
No.
2020?
There are 53,000 in 2020, right? I want to move that to 2019.
Okay. Okay. Here's what I think. Chow has made a motion to move the 52,000 that is currently in 2020 and add it to the 135,000 in 2019.
Yes. And that's the first motion?
Yeah. Well, let's make sure Valerie got it.
Second.
All right.
Second that.
Take the whole thing. Yeah.
All right. Chow moved and Ginny seconded. Any discussion?
Well, is there a way we can find out from staff what that'll buy us? Will it buy another village or not?
So it's in your advice, what's the search?
I can get
Each village has a different number of signs. So I think, I don't know what you would add to 20 if you want to increase 6 and 20. I don't know that.
Then, yeah, that's the first motion. So.
Can I address this being from Dorsey Search?
All right, Dick.
My village hates the idea of new signage. They are very happy with the signs they have, and they say they're going to sick the architectural committee on you if you try to mess with their signs. So I'm just letting you know that this is what my board. Yes, and I'm just telling you that we don't want your damn signs.
Great.
So I would say take the Dorsey Search money and give it to somebody else.
Well, don't give it to Hickory Ridge. And there was the same sentiment there. And I don't remember this board being that excited about the presentation and seeing the signs. I know they were just some examples, but I mean, when I was hesitating making another motion, the motion I was hesitating making was just to pull this out because I'm not aware of any village that wants their signs to be replaced and redone the way that staff is, along the lines of the way that staff is contemplating.
Okay. So I have the same feeling because my village board actually don't like the sign either. But I think if we were going to replace that, we just need to replace it a little faster. So then I want to take it back, remove the signage.
All right, Charles
Yeah.
took back his motion.
I changed my motion. Okay, take the money out.
Changing his motion.
So if Wild Lake and Dorsey Search say no, we'll have an additional 170 or
Now
80,000.
that, we have not heard from Wild Lake.
I have not heard from Wild
You
Lake.
have not heard from Wild Lake.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what people, I guess
They
the
may want-
villages should let you know quick so you know whether you,
that money.
yeah, whether you need the
All
money
right.
or not.
All right, so Chow has basically made a motion to take out the sign money. Is there a second?
Second.
'Cause it's different. Okay, all right,
So
all right. So
what does that mean?
to remove the 135,000 and the
That
52,000.
means Wild Lake.
Yes, yeah,
What do you mean? Yeah.
Because it's going to do Wild Lake.
right,
So if
right,
you
but
take
that's
it
Chow's
out,
motion.
you're telling Wild, I know, I just want to know
Chow's
what it
motion.
means.
Yes, it means remove the
Nancy
money.
wants to know what it
and-
means.
I never liked the signs, so, and my village, I don't think they've seen them. Have they? So take it out. I think that the villages should have a say in whether or not these signs get, people, these are 10 independent villages. They all have unique signs, and they like their signs. I don't see why we're doing
Okay,
this.
it's a trifecta now. My village hated the signs. So I just have to say, so what we're really coming up against is there's something in the process here that has really not worked. If there's so much resistance in the villages, there needs to be more dialogue. So I think we have to go back to the drawing board or do something. But people really don't seem to be enthused about
Milton's
this.
next.
I have a better idea. I like the idea that the villages take over, you love the sign so much, why don't you just maintain them?
I don't think they don't have enough money to maintain them. You don't want to
They're
open up
fine
that
if they have
conversation.
Change the way the
The
fund
cap.
the fund got dispersed and maybe.
Yeah.
Alan and Ginny.
I'll make it a quadfecta. My village didn't like the signs either. I think the overall concept is flawed because it doesn't take, and in fact refused to take into account, individual village needs. The hobbits people wanted to make sure the little hobbit guy stayed on the, no, we can't. This is our palette. This is the pictures we have to choose from. Yeah, we'll modify the trees to look like this, but no, you can't have your uniqueness. And while I get the desire that people know what's going on when they drive by a sign, this is Columbia, this is not Columbia, there are other ways to do it that would maintain the uniqueness of villages.
All right, Ginny, last one.
Yeah, question, are these replacement signs so that they're a new asset? Is that why it's in capital?
Yes.
Okay, so I hear everybody talking about, and by the way, I don't know what Oakland Mills wants, so they're really talking about maintenance, so that would be operating budget. So even trying to keep the money in here would not help anybody that just wants maintenance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to keep some of the money in there in case Oakland Mills wants signs. I doubt it, but
I have to wait a year because they weren't planning to put one in Oakland Mills this coming year.
well, we're moving up the when nobody else wants them. We're at the top of the list. What?
Their signs are pretty new, like the one by Talbot Springs.
Well, in
part
5
of it-
years we're going to get them.
Part of it is remember these signs have a life, so I mean that's why they're scheduled over because we didn't build every one of those signs at the same time. So you don't want to replace all of them, and so you do want to phase it in, and you want to at least allow a life expectancy. Look, let me just call the question here on motion is remove the sign money, 19 and 20. All those in favor? Alan, Chow,
In favor of
removing the money. Alan, Chow, Shari, Greg, Nancy, Dick.
We need to show these signs to the villages so that they know what they're getting before
you
we
taking
can make a
opposed votes?
decision.
Yeah, and all those opposed, Ginny and Andy, and for the same kind of reason, because I haven't asked my village whether they want.
Is that everybody or just?
No, and I'll put abstain. Lynn and Janet.
I don't remember what they said.
All right. Any other motions? If not, okay, I'm going to call the question on the capital budget. Wait, we did, all right.
Wait a minute.
There's money in there for the Inner Arbor?
No, that's.
No, that's operating. That's operating.
Operating, never mind.
We're doing capital, please.
Never mind.
Yeah, if the money's to create a pathway
No, it's,
in the woods.
it's operating.
It's operating because we're not, it's not an asset of ours.
But it's our land.
No,
Okay,
it's not.
let's move. All right, all those in favor of the capital budget for 1920 with the changes we made, which is basically remove the sign money and shift the lakefront money up. I think those are the two changes. Okay, all those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. All right, operating budget. Now look, let me ask this. I know we're going to do Inner Arbor, so is there any other changes for operating, Greg?
Yes. I move that we add $40,000 to the operating budget for the creation of a position to be titled Senior Resource Advisor, whose role it would be to assist and advise senior citizens not only with respect to CA programs and services, but other aspects of their lives, such as technology and transportation.
Is there a second? Don't we have something like that? Don't we have?
The county.
I mean, no, I thought,
I thought we have something similar.
sorry, don't we have something?
We have a part-time position who's a senior, senior programming person.
Patty?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
If I may,
Yeah.
Community
in
services,
response
but I
to
don't-
the comprehensive plan we did related to the seniors, we created we basically we had a part-time person and we make it. I think we made it full-time with part of the responsibility being to oversee and work very closely with the senior population, the village from Howard and all the other, and the senior advisory committee.
So I got on the website and tried to find something like that because I thought there was something like that out there, and there's no resource on the website that says that.
We, as I said, it's a part-time responsibility of, if I recall correctly, a full-time position.
Isn't it Michelle?
No,
It's under Michelle's.
it's community services department.
But is it on the web?
Well, and that's a different question. I mean, we can, if you,
Yeah,
I mean, if it's
Be-
that
be-
can't
be
find it
aware
on the
that-
web.
I was able to find a tab that said capital budget. Where do I find the operating budget?
There isn't one.
That would go to that specific department.
Right.
Everything else.
So everything else sort of has specific.
Actually, well, is there any second?
Can I just get a second just so I can say one thing?
Thank you.
Okay. The Senior Advisory Committee, remember them?
Right.
Yes.
They made a couple of requests, okay? They struck out with us. Their first request had to do with transportation, okay? Now, their thing was, well, maybe work with the county and whatnot, but their first thing was transportation. Their second thing was a designated indoor pickleball court, and the third thing I can't remember. Anyway, they went. I think we sent a letter or something on their behalf. Is all we did. From what I know of seniors and talking to the chair of the Senior Advisory Committee, the two big issues that our seniors have are technology, understanding this thing called a smartphone. Many don't have it, they don't know how to get it. Transportation. Two things are related. If we could get seniors access to things like Lyft and Uber, it would really help a lot of seniors. A lot of seniors, that's just, that idea to them is just intimidating. They're not willing to get into it. I would just like to, if we already have it, we have it, but I'm not aware that we have it. The idea behind this position would be to assist seniors in those kinds of ways.
You know Neighbor Ride, right?
Neighbor Ride, you have to have 3 days in advance.
Yes, you do.
There's a fee, a pretty stiff fee for it, right? Like 10 miles costs you $22.
No, no.
Yes?
No.
I looked it up. Because I was ready for this. I was ready for this.
Used to be.
Gotta go back on, let's just,
Or maybe I'm thinking the senior event shuttle. I don't know, but either way, there was nothing like this. But I'm not going to belabor it. That's all I want to say is that I thought we could do something for the
Do
senior
you not have
advisory.
the senior event shuttle anymore?
They do,
Jenny,
but only go to certain places,
Okay.
only certain times.
There's a budget for senior transportation, senior shuttle as extremely successful program, and I think it's in its third year, and it's going up each year. I don't want to be quoted, it was like 11, 12 grand this year. But it takes seniors to events, heavily used for Candlelight Society, Columbia Film Society, others, and it's very successful, and that goes all over. So they are increasing the budget. That is transportation.
It is,
And they don't pay for that.
The senior event shuttle, it's evenings and weekends only.
Yeah.
And you got to have a group of 4 or more.
You got to what?
Have a group of 4 or more.
Right, but you're
So
going to an
for
event.
for the senior who just wants to go to our gym or something like that, doesn't have the transportation, that's not going to work for him or her. The neighbor ride, it does require at least 3 days, and yes, that is the fee. It varies with distance. You get up to 10 miles, it's $22. I just went on their website today, saw it.
Yeah.
Not making it up.
more discussion, I'm gonna call the, Alan.
I'm just wondering, I don't think I've heard or I missed the clear answer. Do we already have this position or don't we already have this position?
I think we have.
We have someone in this position
We
that
have
could
a-
cover some of these activities.
Yes, we do.
So you could add on or make sure that they're doing the technology part.
That's, yeah, well, I mean, I guess staff will have to go back and actually find out.
Yeah, right.
Exactly, but there is a position, I know, because we created the position.
So that
It was in the senior master plan,
Yeah.
plan that
Right.
that CA did.
Right.
But Greg pointed out a good point that we probably should go back and make sure that it's accessible from the web.
And
So
that
that people
the
can
program
find.
involves
Right.
technology
Yeah.
training and
All right, all those in favor of Greg's motion? All those opposed?
It's
I'll
already
be in favor of it.
done.
All
What's
right. All those opposed? Just. Okay, Greg, Alan, Chow, Lynn, Nancy, Dick, Andy, all those abstaining, Janet and Sherry. All right. Oh, and Jenny, sorry.
Next motion is to add $40,000 for the creation of a position to be titled Pathway Safety Monitor, whose role would be to patrol our pathway system with emphasis on remote sections of our pathways to enhance safety and security and residents' perceptions on our pathways.
Is there a second?
What's I going to ask? Is there a second?
Do you want to say a sentence more about why you are proposing this so
Must be
that
clairvoyant.
somebody might second it for you?
Yes.
Say your sentence so that,
Okay.
you know, do like a whereas this and this and this is such, I move that.
Yeah. No, this is just something my experience in open space and our pathways, I'm seeing usage declining. I ask people why you don't use our pathways. A lot of seniors say because they don't feel safe on our pathways, particularly in the remote areas. We have a lot of those in Hickory Ridge. You have a lot of them in other villages as well. I notice parents don't send their kids out on our pathways anymore either. You ask parents why. One of the reasons is they don't feel safe sending their kids out to play. And what I'm talking about would allow maybe more seniors and more parents to make use of our pathways. We're paying a lot of money to maintain them, build them, to actually use them.
I have a question. When you say safe, are we talking crime? Or are we talking damaged roadways? Or
It's mostly it's the crime. It's the bad guys that there's perception and I say perception because I don't think it's grounded in reality, but the fact is it's what they think.
Have you talked to the community police?
Absolutely, every time I see them, they
Because
won't.
they're excellent in our area.
They
and
won't send bikes.
Patrolling the path system.
They go to high risk, high crime areas, and we ain't one of them.
We could
Well,
fix that.
first off, does somebody want to second it, or? All right. Greg, next motion.
No, that's it.
All right.
It felt like
The last thing. So, I would like very much talk about Inner Arbor as the last thing, and then we can do the budget.
Can I,
So
which
I
which
will-
amendment are we going to?
Mine first. And then
Start with you.
Yeah, prerogative of the chair. So, as I mentioned, I am going to propose this amendment, which has two parts. You've read it. So, is there a second?
A second.
Chow. Okay. All right. Discussion. Discussion. Oh, come on, somebody.
Okay.
Dick.
Thank you. As you know, there's been a lot of contention over giving money to Inner Arbor to build pathways. And the board is pretty evenly split on whether or not to do this. I sat down yesterday with Milton and Andy, and we spent a good hour just about talking about this.
You were in my office for a long time.
And we were looking for a compromise that would probably satisfy everybody so we could get around, well, not make everybody happy, but we'll get around this roadblock and so we can move forward. The basic idea was that Dennis would be responsible for coming up with a pathway that would go from the corner of South Entrance Road and Little Patuxent to the Chrysalis, so we don't have people trampling all over the shrubbery. And we already made a start on that. We took part of the earlier McCall plan and did a patch up at the top. And it is felt by some of the board that this was a good start, very good start, and showed some openness on the Inner Arbor people to revisit some of the plan. The Skyway through the woods was just going to be too expensive and damaging to the environment, and so that's been fixed. We think that pathway could be more direct and not a straight line or anything, but could be more direct. And the feeling is that if we let Dennis do a zero-based approach to it, that is, he starts with a blank piece of paper, looks at the topo lines and the streams and whatever's in there, and comes up with a plan that the rest of the board would be happy with, that would be able to accept, that would be willing to give Inner Arbor up to $500,000 over the next 2 years. 530. Okay, 530 over the next 2 years to build that pathway. And another component of this is that CA would be the project manager on this. We want to make sure that we have professionals supervising the construction work and making sure that we've got this thing done as cost effectively as possible. So that's the thought behind this. Now there is one additional piece of this, which is on a second amendment that or a second piece of this, just so you know there's something else coming, and that is those of us who had been opposed to giving Inner Arbor any money would like to have one final thing, and that is when Dennis comes back to us with his plan, we get to look at it and approve it before it goes any further. And we know that Inner Arbor will have a chance to look at the plan and make any suggestions, and we'd like to have the board, the CA board, who's shelling out the money, to have the same level of control. And my feeling is, from talking with various members of the board, a pathway that does this job, that does take people from Little Patuxent to the Chrysalis would go through. But we just want to make sure that Dennis has plenty of independence on this and is able to come up with the best plan. So that's where we're at. And
So is that a whole motion? The
no,
two of you, or-
I'm discussing the whole situation, and I'm suggesting that, since Andy has put this on the table, I'm suggesting that we reject that, and I have another version coming up that only adds a line, and that is that the plan is reviewed and approved by the CA board.
So you're amending his motion?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not. I'm not amending his motion. I will amend his motion, but I want you to know that there are two approaches to this, and Andy has just distributed one, and there will be another one coming.
There was an agreement.
Why not just
Do you
amend,
want-
why not just
Yeah, why
amend
don't
his
we just-
motion with what
yeah,
you just said?
Right. We could fix- Alan.
Okay.
What am I
Is,
missing?
is this alternate motion that you're talking about any different besides the addition of a sentence?
That is it.
Then I move that we add to the end of the first paragraph, the path shall be approved by the CA board before the funds are released.
Second.
You have to give them design money. That's the problem.
No, the design money is part two.
No.
One.
Oh, I'm sorry. There is another piece to this.
Dennis.
And
Let Dennis.
So, you'd approve the money, but you would hold the construction of the path.
Well, my original wording actually was before the path is built. So I'm happy to have that. The path shall be approved by the CA board before it is built.
All right, second.
This is the path to the Chrysalis. This is the path from Little Patuxent to the
on
Chrysalis.
the eastern side
Right.
of the park.
Not part two before.
Part two actually is, I'm sorry I didn't mention this. The other thought was that afterwards, we have to look at the whole park, and we would give Inter Arbor up to $50,000 for a review for a new pathway system. And that would again be a zero base, start with a blank sheet of paper.
Well, that's already part two of this motion.
Yes, part two. And nothing in that has changed from Andy's piece.
It's all together, one motion. No, it's all one motion.
Voting on this.
It's all one
I'm
motion.
confused now.
Yes.
Nancy. Is this micromanaging the Inner Arbor?
No, this is managing our money. Inter Arbor can do anything they want with that land. Nobody's stopping them.
Well-
We're just saying, if they want our money, we have certain conditions, and they're reasonable conditions. But it's still Inter Arbor's property to do what they want with.
Does Inner Arbor want to respond?
Yeah, looking at part one, working with, this would be CA working with the county and the trust, which is what would happen in any event. We are going to work with, obviously, the SDP that has been approved by the county. We have to work within that framework. We also have to work with the topography of the land. Yes, we want it to be the most cost-effective path that does what it needs to do in terms of connecting, the paths, the Little Patuxent Parkway to the Chrysalis, and also, the playground area also.
And
Part
the motion
two
is to
sounds.
amend- that's what's on the
So
table.
I can't imagine that there would be, again, if the board wants to approve it, that's obvious, it's not something that's required by the trust, as Dick's saying, he would make it a condition of, getting any money for the trust.
But I can't imagine that once the county, CA, and the trust have designed a path that's acceptable to all those parties, that it would, there would be much room for discussion. We've seen basically where it's going to go.
Right, I mean, I guess the question is Ginny?
I'm just want to make sure legally that we know what we're doing, that Alan's amendment is attached to both parts.
No, just the one.
Alan's
Just part one.
Part 2 is just a design thing, it's not a building thing.
Let me distribute the version that we were talking about amending. So.
Andy, can I ask, can we do each one separately so that we understand what the process here? It's 11:30 and I'm just getting confused with this and.
If we vote
If
on
we
Andy's,
can-
can we vote on Andy's motion?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that was brought up first, and I think it would be less confusing if we could.
All right, so you want to split it into 2 parts, right?
No.
No.
Well,
Let's do your.
Okay, vote on Andy's
you made a motion, Andy, right?
And then
Motion was
Alan and
seconded.
Ginny
I made
moved to
my motion to amend it. And
What is-
amend
what is-
it.
That was
We didn't vote on that.
We haven't voted on the amendment yet.
Saying the path shall be approved by the
I mean, basically what it's,
What is your amendment then?
Amendment is to add to the end of part 1, the path shall be approved by the CA board before it is built.
Well, Dick, do you mind holding your powder, whatever the expression is? I mean, Alan's got a motion.
Okay, that's his motion, same thing.
This is the same thing?
Same motion. This is, this is Dick's amendment.
Oh, and
It's
approved,
basically
ADA compatible, effective to
adding
construct and approved by the CA board.
Adding the CA board approval to that.
So it does say approved by, and approved by the CA.
right, it does say approved by the CA.
Oh, it does, okay.
All right, so the amendment is basically to add, I'll say it, and you can tell me if, basically, approved by the CA board, this pathway would come up and then would come back for approval by the CA board.
Well, that's a nice paraphrase. The actual amendment is to add a new sentence to the end of part 1, which says, quote, "The path shall be approved by the CA board before it is built," period.
Before what? I'm sorry?
It is before it is built.
That's different
All right, I'll go with Alan's. So Alan, we would go with Andy's amendment with Alan's 1 sentence addition.
And what is on the table, just part 1 of Andy's amendment?
No, the whole thing.
Right now, what's on the table is my amendment to Andy's amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, and my only comment is that the trust was set up to avoid this, exactly this. You know,
Trust was also set up to raise its own money to fund the park.
Well, let Greg finish. Right. Let Greg finish.
yeah, and this is essentially raising money. But the idea that this board is going to, get involved with its paths now, is it benches later? Is it, these details? This is why the trust exists. This is why we have a board on the trust. I do worry about the precedent, and it bothers me given that the trust already delivered the chrysalis and the couple of pathways in the immediate area of the chrysalis. The idea that this board is going to approve other details, it shouldn't work this way. It's undoing the process, but yeah, that's it.
Yep.
I agree with you 100%, Greg, that we shouldn't be approving details. In my opinion, the only responsible way to proceed is a revised master plan that, includes the elements that we know will be included and doesn't include the elements that most people assume aren't going to be included, and addresses the pathway system in relation to all of that. So I think a revised master plan is really what we need. We shouldn't be talking about benches or whether the path curves here or even where it goes. It needs to be a comprehensive, holistic plan for the entire park, not based on something that may or may not ever be built.
Yeah, that train's already left. We already have a plan.
Yeah, we don't though. If it's not gonna be built, we don't have a
You have a
plan.
plan, you don't have the money.
Alan?
For me, the precedent is one that we've set over and over and over and over again already, is that if somebody wants money from CA, we get to say, have a say in it. And we don't just give you money for whatever you want to do. If there is nothing to say that the Inner Arbor Corporation couldn't say, if this is the condition, we don't want your money, we'll go find the 500,000 to build our paths some other way, and that's fine. 530,000. That's, but if it's residents' money, we get to have a say.
Andy?
Yes.
Two things. To have a new master plan would be hugely expensive, first of all, for Inner Arbor, okay? And second of all, Inner Arbor was developed on CA land to create another wonderful amenity for the residents of Columbia. And so if Columbia Association is in the business of creating a wonderful atmosphere for people to live, then that means that, yeah, they get to foot some of the bill too. And I think that we set up the IAT so that CA would not have to deal with all of this. There were strong feelings, there apparently are still strong feelings about something that was passed 5 years ago. So I think it's time that we really try to move on and let's get this show on the road.
The master plan is not in this amendment. That's another subject for another day. What we're talking about right now is building a path that will take people from the corner of Little Patuxent Parkway to the Chrysalis. It's supposed to be a very cost-effective way of getting from there to there. We're going to rely on CA staff to come up with a proposal. And we're going to ask Inner Arbor to look at that proposal and make their comments. And if everybody's happy, CA is going to pay for that. We'll pay for that pathway. Now, if Inner Arbor feels that this is imposing our will on them, Inner Arbor does not have to take the $500,000. But that's Inner Arbor. That's up to Inner Arbor. But we're offering to drop our opposition to spending that money for a pathway that everybody wants to see built.
So I want to tell you, I am in favor of pathways. I feel like if CA's interests and Inner Arbor's interests align, I'm willing to spend and invest in that park in perpetuity. The plan that's currently approved is very expensive. It's not economical, it's expensive to install, and it's expensive to maintain. And so, to me, it's fiscally irresponsible of us to accept that as the approved plan and not question it. I mean, Greg, you're willing to question everything else on the table tonight. So I ask you to open your mind an inch to think about the possibility.
Janet, stop the insults. Insult and language.
Greg, let Janet finish.
Open your minds to the possibility that there might be a way to meet in the middle here. I don't think anyone wants to spend the kind of money that it would take to create and maintain the currently approved plan. So what I'm asking for is a more economical plan that I feel like I can get behind so that I can invest the CA money in an amenity that all Columbians and anyone else who comes in can enjoy.
Okay, but what I want to point out is that we're not talking about that tonight. I mean, that's not what this is.
I understand
right.
that, Andy, and
I
the thing
understand
is
your
I'm
position.
not thrilled with this compromise. I'm
Right.
willing to accept it to try to meet in the middle.
Right. What this does is just it focuses on this pathway, and then it also offers IAT some money if they wish to accept to look at the whole pathway system for the entire park. And I'm not talking just about the front part. I'm talking about the back part and the sides because there's lots of construction going on. There's lots of new cultural center, Meriwether, if, you know, we don't have to, I mean, Inner Harbor doesn't have to accept that, but if they would like to look at the whole system, you know, CA is willing to fund it. But that's their choice. I mean, that's just, Lynn?
Okay, I am not speaking for the Inner Arbor, obviously, this is for me. The Inner Arbor hasn't had a chance to discuss any of this, of course. At this point, this path is critical. You know, the Inner Arbor will have a very difficult time developing further without this particular, we need this path now. We can take up what we can do later. I mean, these are later discussions. So I am willing to say, let's vote on this now. This satisfies what we need to do for the next 2 years. It will allow us, while we're doing this, to look at other things that, you know, other parts of our plan also. So I think with that,
Okay,
I'll call the question.
so, yeah, so let's vote on the amendment. We've had a lot. The amendment is just basically to add the must return to CA board for approval before construction.
Just my sense.
Right.
Excuse
It's
me,
just
I
my
got a
sense.
clarifying question. I just want to make sure what we're voting on. We're voting on part one as introduced by Andy with Alan's amendment.
But we have to vote
We're
on
only
my
voting on
amendment
Alan's amendment.
Yeah, we're voting on Alan's, but we are not dealing with part
Yes,
two on the
It's
table,
all
right?
on the
yeah,
table.
that's
It's all on the
the
table.
the whole
Okay.
thing.
It's all on the
So
table.
your amendment goes to part one and two?
It's just part one. Part two has no construction to it, so it's
Right.
just about
All right,
design.
okay, thank you.
I do have another amendment for
Okay.
part two.
Okay.
But all those in favor of the amendment,
The sentence.
sentence,
Added
sorry.
on to part
Sorry, right.
one.
All right. Janet, I gotta write this one down. Janet, Alan, Chow, Ginny, Dick. Okay, all those opposed. So we have Sherry, Nancy, Greg.
Can I ask something? Oh,
We're not done
go
with
ahead and do
vote.
it.
Staying?
No, I'll oppose for right now. Greg, what do you want?
If you had said this was the only amendment, I would have voted for it.
Exactly. When we heard this.
Well, now I don't know what's coming next. Is there going to be another?
I lost Greg.
You have a little tiny, I don't
Oh,
think-
do you want to, because we might be able to
Spit
reach
it
an
out
agreement
now,
here
right.
if you would, but it's like the whole uncertainty of this now.
I didn't mean to introduce all uncertainty. I just didn't want people to think, for me, my other idea is that the words in part two, as a grant to IAT are unnecessary if it's a joint CA, IAT.
Okay, no,
Is that-
no, that's not.
I mean, no, that's not.
A discussion with
Okay.
these three people, and they came
So-
to a decision,
All right.
and now,
It's not binding on the board.
no, it's not.
Okay, so I'll tell you what.
If that is it, I will change my vote to yes. Now, can I do that?
If what?
Okay. Well,
Change your vote.
The
either
vote
that,
hasn't been
what we do
closed,
is
so-
You want to do your?
No, if
wanna do
we do it with,
Will interchange his vote on the previous thing to yes.
so we have basically
6-4.
yours,
Alright.
yours with the addition of the sentence.
All right. So I'm gonna.
6-5.
Janet?
6-4, we don't have 11.
All right. All right. So let's then go with. Okay, call the question on the actual amendment. I'd like to call the question. Get board is
The amended amendment.
the amended amendment.
Right.
Is the board willing to have call the question? I'll put it up.
Yeah.
I would like to hear why it's important that this be a grant to the IAT and not CA. If it's a joint CA?
It's a tax situation. It has to do with the 40.
We can grant some money.
501c3.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All those in favor then of the amended amendment?
To the budget.
Yes. So that is Janet, Alan, Chow, Ginny, Lynn, Greg,
Oh.
Dick, Nancy, Andy, opposed, Sherry. Passes 9-1. All right. I will move that we approve the operating budget as amended for both fiscal year 19 and 20.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much.
We need to wait 10 more minutes to wish Ginny a happy birthday.
It's okay. It's
All right.
okay.
All right.
We haven't done FY20 yet.
Look, technically what we still have is the
Tracking forms, the talking
Climate
points.
advisory.
climate.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Let's,
yeah.
let's do that.
Well,
Let's
I
vote.
mean, the problem is everybody got into a discussion.
Yeah, I thought actually we got enough
I
discussion.
mean, that's I mean,
Okay, we move for approval of,
the charter.
wait a minute, we did amend it with one thing that extended it to Howard County.
That
Yes,
was
we
good.
did.
We did.
Yes, we
We
did.
did.
Yes, we
We-
did. We did get that through. So I move for the.
No, Ginny, we didn't.
No, you didn't. It did not, it did not.
We didn't vote.
We didn't vote?
Can I make a motion to?
No, it's that motion's on the table. But I mean, look, does the board want to try to get this?
Yes,
Get
let's
it
knock
done.
it.
Get it done.
Let's knock it
We
off.
seem to be in violent agreement about this, so let's get this, let's get
Let's
this.
get
done.
with it.
What are we doing?
We're voting on the charter for the,
Oh, the charter.
Okay, guys, let's get it over with.
So I will make a motion
Yes, thank you.
to,
We're gonna vote on
Ginny's
the
withdrawing her
charter,
motion,
whether it's
right? Or we're gonna have to vote.
Irons or
We have to
OCA.
vote. Okay.
I will bring the,
It was a simple motion. Can you read it?
To add and and its environs.
Yeah,
Right.
it was on
All
the
right.
table,
So,
yeah, that's right.
and it
all
was
right.
seconded, so it just needs a vote.
right. So is the board ready to vote? The amendment is to add and its environs. All those in favor?
What?
Add and the environment.
The
And its
membership,
environs. And its
membership of
environs.
the committee.
Environs.
Membership of the advisory committee.
All right. All those opposed? Nancy is opposed. All right then.
In favor, is that
Right.
correct?
Yeah, yes.
Let me get it for the.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, all those in favor of the
Charter as amended.
charter as amended?
Yay.
That's opposed. Abstain. Greg is abstained, so it's everybody but Greg. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
I got to see if I can get this one straight
We
here
were gonna discuss this.
for all the emotions. All right. I want to thank everybody. I know we really went over, but we got it done. And so, hearing no objection, I'm adjourning the meeting.